Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this meeting of the Planning Committee. I won't read the fire regulations out because I think you all know where the fire exits are. For the purpose of public transparency and accountability, the meeting will be live streamed online. Details of how to access the live stream will be made available on the Council's website. For health and safety reasons and in accordance with our risk assessment, members of the public are asked to follow the meeting via this method, and they are not allowed to attend any physical meeting in person. Members of the public wishing to speak at the meeting will be able to do so remotely, and details of how to do this have been provided after registrations to speak were received. So we'll start the meeting. Are there any apologies for absence?
Yep, apologies have been received from Councillor Mackenzie, and Councillor Graham will substitute.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Graham. We'll now go on to declarations of interest. Does anybody have an interest to declare? Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Items 12 and 13 have been lobbied. It's personal, non-prejudicial, non-pecuniary.
Thank you. Are there any more declarations of interest? I have a declaration to interest to declare as a member of Malton Town Council. I heard their debate but voted to abstain in the case of 1 Russet Road, Malton, which is item 16. So I declare an interest, personal, non-pecuniary, non-prejudicial. Have you all read the minutes? Would somebody propose the? I think we've got two sets of minutes.
Going to a lobby.
Yeah, and then they.
Yeah, there's one on 18th January 2022 and one on 15th February. Would somebody like to propose the minutes of the meeting of 18th January, please? Councillor Cleary.
Move them both en bloc, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. And you, Steve? Again, both en bloc. Anybody? Any comments? Can I take it by affirmation? By the fact there's no response, that's by affirmation we can pass this. Right, they are agreed by affirmation. In regard to item 141 on page 10, the letter hasn't yet been sent, but it's in discussion between myself and the planning office, and I expect it will go in the next few days. Urgent business. I have no urgent business, but it does occur to me that we have been having meetings of the Working Party, and these meetings of the Working Party, the minutes are automatically passed to Policy and Resources, and they don't come here. I'm wondering, Jill, if we could, in future, we could have those minutes just as a matter for noting in future meetings. Is that okay with everybody?
Good idea, Mr. Chairman.
Then we go on to the schedule of items to be determined by the committee. First of all, we come back to the basement of the Corn Mill, Railway Street, Malton, on page 13. And I think this is one of yours, isn't it, Neve? This is going on from the discussion that took place at the last meeting.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If we could just have the aerial map put up, that would be helpful. Although I'm sure we're all familiar with the location of this one. Yep, as we've noted before, the corn mill is a Grade 2 listed former corn mill and warehouse located within Malton Conservation Area. It's to the east of Railway Street and adjacent to the River Derwent to the south. The site's predominantly within Flood Zone 3. The majority of the corn mill, as you'll be aware, it's been converted into flats, which are run by Impact Living, which is a not-for-profit company who provide housing and support services with 34 self-contained apartments already present. So this application seeks permission for a further 3 flats at the lower ground level, a support facility and stores and new entrance gates. We have seen this at Planning Committee on the 21st of December, where it was deferred for site visit. That occurred on the 11th of January. And then it was deferred at the February meeting to allow for further discussions regarding additional pumping capacity to serve the site. Members have been provided on the desks with correspondence that confirms the applicant is willing to upgrade the existing on-site pump with an electrically operated twin pump system. I've been advised that this will double the capacity of the existing pump, and there are other benefits as well which were outlined in the correspondence. It would involve a outfall over the wall, which is an improvement upon the present situation, and it'll be operated with a float control panel, which is apparently, I'm led to believe, more reliable, as it can give fault notifications and high-level warnings as well. If members are satisfied, this could be conditioned for installation prior to the occupation of the 3 residential units, or if further details are deemed necessary, these could be conditioned for submission prior to the occupation of the 3 residential units. The spec for these was provided following discussions between a pump specialist and the engineer that's been working on the flooding sort of aspect for the client Impact Living. So hopefully what you have in front of you will be helpful in terms of just further understanding the current proposal for that. There's no real further updates beyond that. I can quickly run through the photos if any members feel that would be a benefit to them at this point in time. There aren't too many, so I maybe will move on to the first photograph.
We have seen these all before,
Yeah.
so do members need to see them again? I think we can miss the photos.
Yeah, that makes sense. But basically, as we've outlined before, we're content in terms of principle, character, form and impact upon the listed building, amenity and highway safety. I have given a detailed review of the flood risk elements in the previous reports, including the EA's removed objection, the NYCC emergency response team's no objection, and the continued objection from the lead local flood authority. We did have Emily Mellaloo from there present last time. So just kind of beyond that, we did agree that there would be an informative to highlight that this should only be occupied by people who would be able to sort of access and egress using the stairs. I'll just read out the wording of the informative that we are suggesting. That notes, there is no step-free access from the 3 residential units onto Railway Street, making them unsuitable in safety terms for occupants who cannot utilise the stair access. You're reminded to ensure that the housing of persons within these units must be in compliance with all relevant legislation, including that pertaining to disabilities and human rights. But I would note that the agent is fully aware of that, and the organisation as a whole are committed to that anyway. I had confirmed the agent had noted himself the proposed residential units should only be occupied by persons who can utilise the stair access onto Railway Street in the interests of safety. So I would just note the proposal has been very carefully considered by officers, and whilst it wouldn't be a common situation for us to approve residential accommodation in Flood Zone 3, or in light of an objection from the lead local flood authority, the site-specific situation here is a different context, but this isn't a decision taken lightly. The EA are satisfied that, subject to the proposed construction techniques and mitigation measures which will be controlled by condition, that the proposed flats can be safely accommodated, and the additional pump capacity is also welcomed. And as I've discussed before, it does meet an important and very specific housing need in Ryedale for people who may be more vulnerable, and this is given significant weight, together with the physical works that would render the development less likely to be affected by floodwater ingress controlled by plan and condition. And I would just remind members that there is a coordinated management team at Impact Living who have a programme in place to deal with a flood event as detailed within the Flood Risk Emergency Response Plan and the Flood Action Matrix, which will be conditioned for annual review. So it's very different to market housing, for instance. It's also noted that due to the type of flood events that have been experienced in Malton in the past, flooding is generally anticipated in advance and can be prepared for accordingly. Therefore, whilst persons may be temporarily accommodated elsewhere in the event of a flood risk situation, it's unlikely that there would be significant risk. It's also considered that this meets the sequential test and the exception test, and therefore, on balance, subject to the significant conditions, including now also the provision of the pumping system, it is recommended for approval by officers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I believe we have a speaker, Mr. Andrew Croxall. Are you there, Andrew?
I'm here.
Would you make a presentation, please? You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just confirming on behalf of our client Impact, they are more than happy to explore either the 1 pump or 2 pump recommendation. They would prefer the most cost-effective route, and if there is a specific pump that is deemed as being more suitable by Ryedale, then they are obviously more than happy to work within that remit with guidance from our drainage consultant and our pump specialist. Short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. Do members have any questions? No questions?
Sorry, yes.
Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, I would just like to ask, as it's been suggested on the email that we've received this evening, if the actual specification of the pumping and the design of the pumping could be conditioned for submission prior to the occupation of the 3 residential units, because whilst it's perfectly potentially correct what we've been shown on a piece of paper, the pump that is in existence, and I don't want to pick up on people, pick on anybody, but you know, this particular email says would involve an outfall over the wall, which is an improvement upon the present situation. Well, the existing outlet is already over the wall. It makes neither, you know, it's neither here nor there. They have to go over the top of the wall because, as we know, non-return valves close down as soon as the water level in the river rises. And there is a non-return valve fitted at ground level, a 150mm valve, which is there to discharge surface water in normal conditions, normal river level conditions, via gravity. But obviously once that shuts off, then we have, like we have in the rest of the stupid Malton and Norton flood defences, we're trapping all the surface water behind the wall, hence the need for the pumps. But I don't personally know and understand, and there's no data to explain to us, given that it was a 150mm pump that was been deployed there. I've actually spoken to that company this afternoon. At what level does the water get to in the Cornmill car park? We have no idea. And the nature of a flash flood stroke downpour could mean that the water is down the step and into the basement of the Cornmill before it even hits the pump. Or at what level, you know, because without the levels, we're flying blind here. We can have as many pumps as we like, but unless you know the volume of water and the need and the need of the speed of discharge, you know, we can nominate 1 pump, 2 pumps, 3 pumps. We don't know without a proper spec and the levels of the Cornmill itself. So basically, yeah, I would say let's let's examine this prior to their occupation. Plenty of time for people to submit good, sensible design, showing the levels of the land, volumes anticipated, and the capacity of the pumps to get rid of it.
Have you any problem with that, Niamh?
No, I mean, I think in the sort of options outlined to members, you know, that was having it prior to occupation was one of our suggestions if it was felt that there was additional technical information that was needed. It is complicated, it is, and I think having that opportunity to make sure that what is proposed is suitable, I think it's important. I think the prior to the occupation is key. It gives them time to get on with the other aspects while this is being sorted out in the background.
Yeah.
And I think it will potentially benefit the site as a whole. Obviously, the 3 units we're talking about, they'll have no doors on this side. The windows will be raised, but there are some other kind of historic flats there as well, so it will have a wider benefit. And I think the agent has indicated that he's more than willing to work with the council, and Impact Living are more than willing to work with the council on this. So I think it seems like a sensible approach. Thank you.
I'm just wondering, members, I mean, Mr Croxall had about 30 seconds. I'm just wondering if we should give him a chance to come back. Would you like to come back very, very briefly, please, Mr Croxall?
Yeah, we'll do. Can you hear me? This is usual. Just to note that the existing pump actually doesn't discharge over the wall. And that's within the information that you will have received. The proposed pumps will actually discharge over the wall, which should be better for the existing environment. And as I say, the client is more than happy to work, you know, in terms of with the conditions that the planners are proposing.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to ask it where it does discharge then, because there is one going over the wall.
From the existing pump, as I say, our drainage consultant basically advises that it goes below the wall.
I think this is something that can be sorted out.
This is something
when
for
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
I do see
for a game of snap.
I do see the point that was made by John, who was the engineer, John Lawrence. He did indicate in the email that the arrangement on site is a little strange, as the pump discharges through the river wall just below car park level and not over the river wall. So I think
What is that outlet then? Has anybody got any answer to that?
Councillor Cleary.
Point of information, Mr Chairman, from my observations during the site inspection, there was what I would describe as a fairly rough and ready non-return system through the wall at the low level of the wall.
That's right.
It did appear to be in need of maintenance repair, but it did appear to be a non-return system.
That's what I said.
But there didn't appear to be any, on site when we were there, there didn't appear to be any discharge over the wall.
No. Right, okay. Everybody hold fire, because I'll email you the picture.
Right. Am I right in thinking, Niamh, that this can be taken care of before construction actually starts?
I mean, I think the proposal is that the applicant and Impact Living are willing to put in new infrastructure, and I think that's the key point. That means whatever we do get agreed by condition will be thoroughly checked. You know, we can make sure it is what is needed, and I think it's a good opportunity to secure that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Yes. It's a question. May we, once Niamh has satisfactorily got details of the infrastructure provided, would it be possible for members of the committee, because we do have a certain amount of moral duty here if we pass it, that it's been satisfactorily done and it's not simply left, that we're made aware that it has been satisfactorily addressed, please?
Niamh?
Yeah, sorry, just to check on that, was that you wanted to see the detail, No, it was just that I'll update you whenever that is complete. Yeah, of course, we'll be more than happy to do that. You know, I can provide the details as well once agreed. Thank you.
And if there are any issues, you can always bring it back to the committee or just bring it back to individual members.
I certainly can do that. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Well, in that case, as it is in my ward, I will propose it on the basis that we've discussed. I'm very pleased that the developer, the applicants have come along with proposals, and I'm very pleased that they're prepared to cooperate with us, and they clearly understand the issue, and obviously they understand that this is good for their residents, and what's good for their residents must be good for themselves as well. So I would propose it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Cleary?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Do you wish to speak now? Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Thackeray?
This is subject to the conditions that were described. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
In that case, can we go to the vote?
Councillor Andrews.
4.
Councillor Bailey. 4. Councillor Brackstone.
4.
Councillor Cleary.
4.
Councillor Graham.
4.
Councillor Pope. Oh. Councillor Mason.
4.
Councillor Potter.
4.
Councillor Thackeray.
4.
Councillor Windress.
4.
That's 9 votes for. That's unanimous.
Thank you. That's passed. We'll now go on to agenda item 7, which is application 210096 house, and it's for the erection of a double garage with access off Keeper's Gate following demolition of existing greenhouse at 10 Hungate, Pickering. I think this is yours, Ellie. Do you want to speak to it, please?
Actually, no, Chairman, I'll take this one. It's the other Ellie, but she's on holiday at the moment,
beg your
I'll
pardon.
take this one. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, this application was deferred from the last meeting. It's actually also on the agenda for the adjourned January meeting. It was deferred at the last meeting following receipt of a solicitor's letter on the day of the committee, which was raising issues with the report and threatening a judicial review. That letter is included in the late pages that have been circulated, together with an update report addressing the issues raised. The application is a relatively minor application for a domestic double garage to serve number 10 Hungate. It's sited at the rear of the property's long linear garden on the site of a dilapidated greenhouse, and the whole of the site is within the conservation area. Access to the garage is not actually from Hungate itself, but from the southerly direction from Recreation Road to the south via Keeper's Gate, which is a small residential development between Recreation Road and the rear gardens of the properties on Hungate. There are a number of letters of objection, 6 letters of objection, that have been received mainly from residents of Keeper's Gate, and also from a business in the locality which has an interest in properties on Keeper's Gate. Those issues are summarised in the report, and I'll take members through the photographs in a minute just to sort of highlight some of the comments that have been made. Just to point out that there has been one letter of support, I think probably from the nearest neighbour to the site. Town Council has no objections and the Local Highway Authority has no objections. If you could just have a look at the photos, please. This is just an aerial shot. The red line application area is a bit crudely drawn there. I think it was just drawn freehand by hand. But there is a red dot within that red line area, which is the site of the greenhouse and the garage. The red line is drawn as it is, just to link to the site to the public highway. Just in terms of members getting their bearings, clearly the main road at the top of the shot is Hungate, and number 10 Hungate fronts onto that street. The road running parallel at the bottom is Recreation Road, and obviously the site is the bottom of the garden area of the property on Hungate. So it's just for members to get some bearings. We'll just move on to the next photo. So this is taken from Recreation Road. So the playing field is behind behind the person taking the photograph in that shot, and it's looking straight up what's called Keeper's Gate, which is a small development off Recreation Road, looking up in a northerly direction towards Hungate. I'm going to just have a look at the next picture, please. This is part of the Keeper's Gate development, and you'll just be able to see that between the sets of semis there is a route through effectively to the back of the gardens of the properties on Hungate. That route is also used, I understand, to serve some garages for the occupants of the residents of Keeper's Gate, some of the residents of Keeper's Gate. And it's also to access another property at the back, the old schoolhouse, which we'll show you in a minute. So clearly you can see from that photograph that the occupiers of both of those semis do experience some comings and goings in terms of vehicular movements to access garages at the back and other properties. If we can have a look at the next picture, that's just taken from walking through that snicket between the two semi-detached properties. The stone building that you can see there is a building which I think is referred to as the old schoolhouse. That looks onto the dilapidated greenhouses, which is just behind the fencing that you can see in the distance, not the fencing either side of in the immediate shot. If you could just move on to the next slide. That's just given you a feel for the land behind the semi-detached properties on Keeper's Gate. So you can just see some of the garages there, which I understand are garages that are used in connection with the Keeper's Gate development. I think you might just be able to see the side of the greenhouse just next to that wooden fencing, and then clearly the pan-tiled sort of impressive traditional houses on the horizon there are the properties on Hungate. I believe the one to the left will be number 10 Hungate. If we could just move on to the next photograph, and that's just taken from that from outside the stone building, the old schoolhouse, looking directly across at the that gable end of the dilapidated greenhouse. That will be the site of the garage, with the garage doors fronting that elevation, and the garage extending back into that part of what is effectively the end of the garden of 10 Hungate. Move on to the next picture, please. And that's just a shot that's looking back down towards the rear of the properties that form part of that Keeper's Gate development. I think it's worth pointing out that all of the land between Recreation Road and Hungate is within the conservation area, and I think you'll get a sense there from some of the images and from that shot that garaging is quite a feature of this middle section of land between the two main roads. So a new garage in this location, I don't think really alters the character of the conservation area, or certainly this part of the conservation area. And that's just a shot from the gable end of the greenhouse looking straight across at the old schoolhouse. The old schoolhouse, I understand, is the property that has supported the proposal on the basis that it improves the appearance of the site. That might be the end. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, just to say that the recommendation is as outlined in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. I understand we have a Mr. Ian Birch, who's an objector, who wishes to speak. Are you there, Mr. Are you there, Mr. Birch? Mr. Birch, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can now, yes. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I speak for the following properties: 5, 7, 8, 10, 12, 14 and 16 Keepers Gate. We're confused because when the owners of each individual property bought their homes on Keepers Gate, they were presumably correctly advised by their solicitors who owned which bits of land and what access rights existed. None of us have any reference that Hungate have access to Keepers Gate apart from on foot. There's been much communication between Zarafa, the architect, HL Holder, the builder, their solicitors and Ryedale, including a threat of a judicial review, as has been said. But we have not been informed of the full outcome by anyone. Incidentally, your pictures are incredibly wide angle lens, but I go on. 10, 12, 14 and 16 Keepers Gate own the land between their houses outright. So nobody should be driving over that. So there is definitely no access across this, even though Zarafa's contractors keep using it. Zarafa are a multi-million-pound company, and although this application only relates to a small head office, there will inevitably be a further increase in commercial traffic down our cul-de-sac because the garage is linked to a business. We're being outgunned by Zarafa and we can't afford to fight them. We need your help, please. Please refuse this application for the following legitimate planning reasons: lack of need for development. All Hungate parking has only ever been on the A170. Loss of privacy due to increased business traffic. Detrimental impact on neighbouring properties from business traffic. Traffic and parking pressures. All parking space is already allocated in the area on people's deeds. Adequacy of parking and turning would intrude on land owned by others, which I've just said in front of the garage is all privately owned. Noise and disturbance resulting from use. We're usually a quiet cul-de-sac. An effect on a conservation area, which you've mentioned, which we think is the destruction of a historic garden and greenhouse. Road access, there isn't one. According to our paperwork, there is no such access there, and this is the subject of a dispute that we can't afford to fight. Please note the development of this land, including a garage, has been previously refused planning permission. So how can you approve this now? So we ask you to refuse this application too. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Now, Mr. Ashley Line, on behalf of the applicant. Are you there, Mr. Line? Can you hear me, Mr. Line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening. This application seeks to replace a derelict and run-down greenhouse with a new, traditionally designed and detailed double garage. This garage is of vernacular design and is to provide parking provision to number 10 Hungate, which is a domestic property. This property currently has no allied parking. This new garage will enhance the Pickering Conservation Area. This is a view that is supported by the adjacent neighbour, the old schoolhouse, who has submitted a letter of support. The Building Conservation Officer has also been consulted and offers no objection to the development. Access to the development is over Keepers Gate, an adopted highway as has been confirmed by Highways, and then a private section of road using an established right-of-way. This arrangement is a private civil matter, but the land registry showing this legal right-of-way has been provided to the council. As part of this application, transport levels have been assessed by the planning officer and no issues have been raised. Highways have also been consulted twice and retain a no objection stance. Owing to the sensitive domestic scale of the development, it is confirmed that neighbour amenity will not be detrimentally affected. Pickering Town Council have also been consulted and no objections given. It is therefore considered that the application complies with all relevant planning policy, and members are reminded that the recommendation is for approval. The applicant accepts all proposed conditions and informatives as set out in the report. Stone and Associates and the applicant have sought to be proactive and collaborative throughout this process. It's also a point to note that whilst Zarafa is a large company, it does currently own 4 properties along Hungate, only one of which, number 7, is a commercial property. The other 3 are all domestic properties and will remain domestic properties. There is no commercial alliance to the development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lyne. Now I come on to questions, and I think the first question, Jill, that I'd like you to answer, if the legal advisor is here, I'd like some comments, please, on the legal aspects that Mr. Ian Birch raised.
Well, I think, Chairman, we've tried to address that in the update pages, in the late pages in the update report. The issues raised are effectively private civil matters, and you'll be aware that they are matters that effectively the committee can't concern themselves with. As I say, we've tried to address that as clearly as we can in the update report. I don't know whether members want Alpha to provide any further confirmation. I think she's certainly, I can see her on the screen. But that's our view. It's raising matters which are private civil matters.
First, wait a minute, Alpha. Do you want to come in and add anything? If you don't, just say no.
Chairman, I can't add much beyond what Jill has said. It is a private civil law matter, notwithstanding that we do have within the late pages the title plan and the title register for the property, which does refer to a right-of-way that benefits the property.
Thank you. Now, Steve.
I think it was just clarification that the decision we make tonight doesn't change the legal situation one way or the other. So that's fine.
Are there any more questions? Councillor Potty, this is your ward.
Yes, quite happy to take this one, Chair. Yeah, it's certainly interesting. There's clearly a dilemma over ownership, rights of access and so on. I'm quite satisfied with what the officers have said and the details that are in the report and the late pages, which clearly indicate from land registry that there is a right of access for this property. Notwithstanding that, there's pretty much all the stuff that's been mentioned is not actually part of our remit as planners. I did note that it was stated that planning permission was previously refused, but that was for the erection of a 2-bedroom dwelling, which is quite different to a garage. So that really is irrelevant to us. And if the owner of this property wants to build a garage and then finds that he doesn't have access, we have got no right or remit to refuse it. And if we did, then I'm quite sure it would go to appeal and we'd lose. So on that basis, I can see that I'm quite satisfied that the conservation officer, who I know to be very diligent, is happy with this. It's certainly improving a dilapidated structure in the back. And on the basis that we seem to have absolutely no right to refuse it on planning grounds, then I can only see that we can approve it. And I certainly can't see any problem other than the civil matters with access, turning ability and so on. So I'm quite prepared to move approval. Thank you, Chair.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Blackstone. Can we go to the vote, please? Or, sorry, does anybody, I beg your pardon, does anybody wish to speak first? Can we go to the vote then, please?
Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Braxton. Councillor Cleary. Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Windress.
For.
That's 9 votes for. That's unanimous, Chairman.
Then that is passed. So we go on to agenda item 8, which is at Claxton Parish, and it's the extension of Holiday Park to include the siting of 5 number static caravans, 7 number holiday lodges and 6 number glamping pods at Fox Hill Touring Caravan and Camping Site to Claxton to Harton Lodge Road, Claxton. And it's and the number is 01443/M FUL. Niamh, are you dealing with this?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair. If we could just have the first of the aerial maps up, that would be brilliant. Yeah, so the application site relates to a touring and camping site within the open countryside to the north of Claxton. And as you might be able to see on the aerial map, it's located approximately 500 metres to the north of the village. The site's accessed on its western side via the Claxton to Harton Road, and there is an amenity building and a large area of car parking and manager's lodge also at the western boundary. And if we could just move on to the next aerial map. This actually provides some context between the site itself and the village to the south, and also it draws part of the village development limits on there at that point, and it indicates that this site is located within the wider open countryside. And the next aerial map might be a little bit more useful in understanding the site itself. This application was originally due to be heard at the January committee meeting, but there was a late objection from the EA. As we've been able to confirm in the March update report, this objection has now been withdrawn. In terms of this application, there was one representation received from the occupier of Bellevue Farm, Bossell, and it was categorised as neither objecting nor supporting the scheme. This was reported for members in the officer's report. So yes, hopefully on that map you will be able to see the access to the west, the car parking area to the west, and the existing location of the approved units within the site. In terms of principle, it's considered that the further extension of this established tourism site is acceptable, subject to the imposition of the usual time-limited occupancy conditions for new holiday accommodation. In terms of the character and form and the visual impact, there was a landscape and visual impact assessment which was originally created for an earlier 2019 application. It was resubmitted, and it was noted within the planning statement that it was revisited to identify any relevant changes. Whilst this proposal would relate to new development along the southern boundary, and you can sort of appreciate it there hopefully from the text boxes that I've provided, to the western part of the southern boundary is actually where the glamping pods themselves will be located, and that would be the 6 number glamping pods. Sort of centrally along the southern boundary of the site is the location of the proposed 7 lodges, and those lodges will be accessed via 2 sort of semicircular new areas of access road at that point. And then towards the eastern side of the southern boundary is where the additional 5 static pitches themselves would be located, around what is essentially an existing turning head. And hopefully you'll be able to see that whenever I run through the photographs. Sorry, I should have run through the photographs just before. If we could just go to the next one now. So this is the site access itself, and the next photograph is that site access looking towards the south, which will be the road that would lead to the village of Claxton. The next photograph is from the same position but looking northwards. The next photograph just gives you a little bit of a better impression of the access itself and some of the car park that is there. The next photograph just pans round towards the north of that, and you can see the Amenity building and what is quite a substantial area of car parking. The static units and the holiday lodges would have parking beside the actual units, but the glamping pods would be able to avail of what is quite a large area of car parking there for their vehicles. The next photograph shows the existing on-site Wardens Accommodation, and that's just demonstrating that there is an on-site management presence at this facility. The next photograph is just looking towards what is essentially the southern boundary of the site, and to the right hand side there you can start to see what is quite thick and well established landscaping and some of the approved accommodation to the left hand side that has been dealt with previously. The next photograph is showing essentially where the pods themselves would be. And if you can look at there's a very kind of faint brown unit in the background there, and that's sort of the central point of where the 2 semicircular access roads for the static unit, or for the lodges would be. And the next photograph is again just looking towards where these holiday lodge units would be. And the next photograph is actually within the turning head itself. And it was at this point where we would have some of the static units placed. And again, you're just seeing some of the very thick landscaping that you were able to kind of cross-reference with the aerial images that shows the really heavy landscaping along the southern boundary. So the next photograph is just, again, in the turning head, but panning round a little bit. And the next photograph is looking towards some of the existing pitches there to the north of the site, and the new accommodation will be in part of the landscaping to the south. As we've detailed in the report, there will be some sort of partial loss of trees at this point, but there would remain still a very thick landscaping belt, which will be supplemented again as indicated by the landscaping plan. And the next photograph is looking towards the existing touring caravan pitches, and the next one is the same again, but just looking more westerly view. The next photograph is again just looking towards where the lodges would be. So I'm just trying to give you as good an impression as I can of the existing landscaping that is here. And the next photograph is essentially the same again. So we'll just move to the next view. And these are actually taken from the very southern boundary of the site against what is really a sort of access route for manoeuvring within the site. And these next few photographs, if we just pan through them, will show the maturity of the existing landscape and the density of it. And these were taken in the midst of winter, so it just does indicate that there will be good cover at all points. So the next photograph and the next photograph just show that there are some fields to the south of the site that again are benefiting from other kind of areas of landscaping. And the last photograph, it might be the next one, is just showing the services building that will be converted to provide sort of shower and WC facilities for the pods, which are to the southwest of the site. So sorry, just if we can just go back to the third plan, the third aerial map, that might be a good place just to leave it while I just run through the next few elements. So yes, as I noted, the proposal would relate to some encroachment into the existing southern landscape and belt, but given the significant size and depth of this, together with the proposed additional planting and the quite modest scale and form of what is being proposed, it's considered on balance that it could be accommodated without material harm to the character of the area. Our tree and landscape officer confirmed no objections subject to the proposed landscaping scheme and further tree protective fencing being conditioned, which we've recommended. As we've detailed in the report, the final appearance of the proposed static units, the holiday lodges and the glamping pods haven't been submitted at this point, but indicative models have been provided which appear generally acceptable. Their final appearance will be controlled by condition to ensure these assimilate within the site in terms of maximum scale, colour finish and proposed materials, and it will ensure they're obviously single storey as well. It's considered to be a pragmatic approach, and the indicative or typical details that have been submitted so far would have been considered acceptable. There will be an additional condition recommended to prevent new lighting without the submission of details to the local authority to prevent inappropriate impacts in this rural location. In terms of residential amenity, the site's located at a significant distance from the neighbouring properties. The Council's environmental health team have been consulted and confirmed no objection to this. In terms of access and highway safety, both North Yorkshire Highways and National Highways have confirmed no objection, and it's confirmed that the proposed development wouldn't result in material harm in terms of access or highway safety. In terms of drainage, there was a lot of drainage detail on the update report, so I won't repeat the responses received from the lead local flood authority, the environmental health team, Yorkshire Water, or the IDB, as this was covered. There was obviously the initial objection from the EA, and they had required the applicant to provide justification and a cost-benefit analysis on the continued use of a packaged treatment plant rather than connection to the main sewers. And those main sewers are located about 500 metres away in the village themselves. The agent engaged a specialist engineer consultant to undertake a detailed appraisal of the proposals, and they provided calculations and specified what the existing system was. They also provided justification about why the costs of connecting to the public sewer would be prohibitive. It was coming in at apparently 416,000 to connect through. There's also issues in terms of gravity, the site gradient, and the distances that would limit the feasibility. And it would also cross third-party land. It was considered that that cost would be disproportionate to the scale of the development. The report from the specialist also covers the anticipated discharge volumes of the packaged treatment plant, and it does confirm that environmental permit with the EA will be necessary, and the applicant's aware of this and fully signed up to getting that in place. With the new information, the EA, the IDB and the LLFA were all reconsulted. The responses were on the annex into the committee report. The lead local flood authority confirmed no objections subject to conditions, and that includes conditions on surface water. And the IDB confirmed that their original conditions should be reapplied. We have had a query in relation to the reference on the IDB's response relating to 140 litres per second rate for surface water discharge. I have queried this with the IDB today, and they confirmed they had no issue with their comments as recommended, but I think it is probably wise to just double, triple check on that, and I'll aim to do that tomorrow. But essentially, surface water drainage will have to be signed off in advance to the satisfaction of both the lead local flood authority and the IDB as well. The EA confirmed they were able to remove their original objection and provided further information in relation to the personal responsibilities of the applicant, which we've included as an informative. They didn't recommend any specific conditions. So just to conclude, we believe the proposed holiday accommodation has been carefully considered, and it's considered to be acceptable in principle, subject to the recommended conditions, and also subject to the final details, which will be required to be discharged by condition. It's considered that the proposed physical developments are acceptable in terms of form and design, and they wouldn't result in unacceptable harm to the character and appearance of the wider landscape. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There are no speakers, I understand. So we'll go straight to questions. Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. I wonder if I could ask Niamh to look at page 55, which is part of the applicant's report, and cast your eyes to 2.2, the second sentence of which reads, "The main site entrance is approximately 430 metres from the A64 junction, which provides quick and easy access to the main road links and commercial centres of Yorkshire." I wonder if you could confirm that this is the same A64 that we all know and hate. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been stuck on it many times, but thank you.
Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, following on from that, Michael rather preempted partly my question. I've heard several of this council members bemoaning the junction. I believe it'll be the Claxton turn-off, is it, to the A64? Would that be the one? Just before. I'm just interested to know how many. I realise it is a holiday destination and a tourism initiative, and that means that, generally speaking, in Ryedale, everything gets approved that's got that tag. There are 20 additional units to this campsite. Has anybody any calculation on how many journeys this generates? How many cars this is? In and out? And whether or not the same principle of not caring about that will apply when there are applications for houses to be built in Flaxton or Claxton. Whether everybody will just ignore the traffic issue then. I don't know if there's an answer to that.
I mean, as part of this application, we have consulted both highway authorities. If you just bear with me a second, I'll just be able to confirm on the precise response we've received from them. I think actually I have them in my report. Yeah, I can read out the precise response from both Highways England and the North Yorkshire County Council Highways Officer. Yeah, I'll do that. So the North Yorkshire Highways Officer, first of all, they had confirmed that they do not offer objection to the proposed extension to Fox Hill Touring Caravan and Camping Site. The site is located a short distance from the A64, which is the most likely route of access for a majority of visitors to the site. The responsibility of maintenance and improvements of this trunk road are held by Highways England. The site access is more than adequate to facilitate safe access and egress. The proposals are to introduce static holiday accommodation with resultant car/vehicular activity associated with 18 units is deemed acceptable in terms of number and frequency of vehicular activity, and also unlikely to create a significant number of vehicular trips through the village of Claxton. Highways England themselves had noted that National Highways consider that the modest increase in the units within the curtilage of an approved site will not result in a significant increase in traffic on the A64 during peak hours. So obviously for this application, we are mindful of the response from the technical consultees in terms of highways, safety and access. And that is part of the reason the recommendation is as written. Thank you.
Councillor Mason.
Sorry, yeah, it's just a reminder, what services are there in Claxton? Is there a pub? Is there a shop? It just seems to be an extra development on Claxton where we've had a discussion about populations in villages recently in the local plan. It just seems it's a busy road to be walking down in the summertime when it's a rat run from A64 to Stanford Bridge.
I mean, I don't have the precise details of services in Claxton. I don't think there's anything in particular, but as noted, it is a short distance to the A64, and I can't say much more than that. It is as recommended in terms of access and highway safety, and it meets the principle of holiday accommodation as part of SP8 and SP21.
Any more questions? Then we'll go into debate. Now, whose ward is this closest to? Councillor Cleary, do you want to lead this one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I share this. It's on the neighbour of Councillor Graham and my ward. So whilst it's not in my ward, it's an area I do know very well. The existing, and I made the quip about the A64 when the original application came in X years ago, and I make no apologies for saying it again. And I'll come on to the A64 in a wee while. The current the current site that that already exists is a well-run and a successful site. I can see that this additional investment in the site will add to the tourist offer for Ryedale, and I will propose that we approve this. However, as has already been mentioned in questioning, and as I've already sort of laid the scene, I do have reservations about traffic. Anybody who knows that area, that junction, will try and avoid it, particularly when with large vehicles or towing anything. So whilst both North Yorkshire and English Highways suggest there won't be any adverse traffic inland, if you will, so turning left out of the site towards Claxton, Sandhutton and beyond, I suspect there will. Not because it's a badly run site or it's a poor site, simply because the A64 is a poor road and is not fit for the purpose for which it exists. And that is not supposed to be a criticism of the application. It's a very pointed direction at criticism directed at English Highways. Forgive me for digressing. I think it does tick all the other boxes that we require for tourism, and I'm happy, therefore, to propose approval. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is that seconded? I'm not sure who got their hands up first. I think it's Councillor Thackeray, actually. But so, do you wish to speak? Do you wish to speak, Councillor Thackeray?
No, I think as Michael Cleary, Councillor Cleary has said, it's a well-run site. It's an established site. I simply add that the way in which we are expected and almost, to follow policy, we have to support the tourism industry in Ryedale. I don't really have anything else to say, to be honest. Thank you.
Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I echo what's been said before. I do rather get the feeling that we're expected by highways, whether it's national or North Yorkshire, we're expected to put up with the sort of volumes of traffic that they would expect around London. And I think that's the criteria that they look at. And certainly trying to get out of that junction, if you were turning left onto the A64, wouldn't be too much of a problem at certain times. Trying to turn right out of that junction onto the A64 would be an absolute nightmare. A couple of points that I want to raise on top of that, though. It seems to have been an excessively onerous objection by the Environment Agency to insist on justification for not connecting to mains drainage, and yet on the basis that it's nearly half a kilometre away, and sort of borne out by the estimated cost of £500,000, it's no wonder the planning system's often seen as unreasonably bureaucratic, and that's often without justification. But I can see why an applicant would think, oh, what are they visiting upon us? The other point I want to make to try and help Neve out, because it was me who was questioning the 140 litres per second per hectare, which sounded like a remarkably vast runoff rate, but having read it more carefully, that is referring, presumably, because it says brownfield site and it mentions for the connected impermeable area. So that's clearly referring to an impermeable surface, where the water would run off very quickly, because underneath it does mention the discharge rate from greenfield sites, which of course is what I was thinking about as 1.4 litres per second per hectare, which is a significant difference. But yeah, having read it rather more carefully, it just appears that that is quite an acceptable condition that that the IDB are insisting on, that there's got to be 70% attenuation if there is that sort of high runoff rate from a completely impermeable area, which I suspect there isn't a great deal, if any at all. So I think that we should be okay on that. So anyway, that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Anybody else? Can we go to the vote then, please? It's been seconded by Councillor Thackeray.
Councillor Andrews?
4.
Councillor Bailey?
4.
Councillor Braxton?
4.
Councillor Cleary?
4.
Councillor Graham?
4.
Councillor Mason?
4.
Councillor Potter?
4.
Councillor Thackeray?
4.
Councillor Windress?
4.
That's 9 votes for, Chairman. That's unanimous.
Right, we go on to the next item, which is agenda item 9 on page 81. This is the Sheriff Hutton application number 21-01496, oblique FUL. Change of use of detached artist studio for personal use to allow the public to attend art workshops and open studio events at Laburnum Cottage, West End, Sheriff Hutton, North Yorkshire. Is it your case? Jill, would you?
I'll take this one, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, this item was deferred from the last meeting following further discussion with the Local Highway Authority. Originally, in their original response to the application, the Local Highway Authority hadn't objected. They were of the view that there was sufficient car parking on the site based on their standards for the studio workshop floor area. However, having reflected on the capacity of the workshop, which was confirmed by the applicant during the process, the capacity of the workshop being between 4 and 6 people, the Local Highway Authority verbally confirmed after the dispatch of the previous agenda that they couldn't support the application and that they believed there was insufficient car parking on the site. As I understand it, there are 4 car parking spaces on the site, 2 of which would be required for it to be a dwelling, leaving 2 spaces. So if the workshop's at capacity, that's effectively 4 spaces short. We haven't had further written confirmation or an updated consultation response from the Local Highway Authority. They have just confirmed that they're not in a position to support it, the application, and they've done that verbally. Members are aware that the Parish Council have objected to the application on the basis of the lack of parking. Chairman, I think it'd probably be useful just to have a look at the photographs of the site. There are just a handful of photographs in relation to this item. So Laburnum Cottage is just situated to the north of West End in Sheriff Hutton. So to the right of the picture along that road if members are familiar with Sheriff Hutton, is the pub and the little cafe. So Laburnum Cottage there is highlighted within the red line. We can move to the next photograph. That's taken from directly outside the property, and you can just see at the end of the driveway the studio workshop, which is currently used as a private studio, art studio by the resident of the house and the applicant. On a further photograph, and that's just a bit more of a close-up of the studio within the garden. So it's the applicant's intention just to run some effectively workshop sessions for running art events and lessons, which she believes is in the region of about 1 or 2 sessions per month. And in addition to that, to run some art events for over the course of the year, about 4 times a year, once every season. So I think what we're looking at is something which is a very, very low-key use of this building. The applicant is amenable to a condition that would restrict the frequency of the studio workshop use for art lessons, effectively. And I think certainly as officers we feel that that's then an impact which is very much akin to the applicant having sort of a weekly social event in her own home, which effectively there is no planning control over. So I think with that condition there is effectively a very limited impact on the highway. It is an area of the village where there is on-street parking, there's no parking restrictions. So it's a limited impact on the highway and on highway amenity and the amenity of the locality. I think we also believe that the additional, the proposed use represents an additional sort of cultural offer for the village, which I think is not insignificant. And I think therefore on balance we're recommending approval for this application, subject to the conditions that are outlined in the original report and in the updated report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We have a speaker, Justine Warner. Are you there, Mrs. Warner?
Yes, speaking.
Would you like to make your presentation, please? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I just want to give a bit of a background to what involvement I have in the Ryedale community. I've contributed to the wider Ryedale community and been involved in Hobbingham, Sheriff Hutton markets, exhibitions at the Arboretum and Nunnington Hall, as well as church events and various galleries and studios. I'm currently involved in North Yorkshire Open Studios along with other artists and have been for a number of years running this as part of the scheme. It's always been well supported and well attended by people from the village and the local area. I'm currently involved in a textiles project for the Jubilee with the local primary school, and I've set up social knitting, stitching, textiles artist groups which were previously run in the local pub, and something which I hope to resurrect soon. I contribute well to the local community and to the local area and to the village that I live in, and wouldn't do anything which I felt was going to jeopardise the actual ethos of the village of Sheriff Hutton. I'm a teacher at Malton School and would say I've got a passion for creativity. I feel this artistic addition to the village would add another opportunity for people to attend other clubs such as sporting clubs, history clubs, which are run in private houses, they're run in the village hall, different places within the village. I've run previous classes at Ebbston Studios and Lund Studios and feel that I know my target audience very well. With all this in mind, this is what my application is about. My proposal is to offer small classes the opportunity to attend creative and inspiring classes in the local environment. Many of the people that would come to my courses frequently travel together and have done for all my previous courses. I do have sufficient parking for 4 cars, which has been discussed, and with local people and car shares, I do not envisage parking to be a problem. I have support from a large number of local people who welcome the opportunity to join me in my studio, and I've already been asking what possible things I could do to help them. Lastly, people doing this kind of thing, other artists, other small businesses and enterprises, quite often do it under the radar. By putting in this application, I thought I was doing the right thing. And I wanted to do something which was community spirited. This is a small local and something which can support in my semi-retirement and allow other people of the village an opportunity on their own doorstep. I wish to do this above board and out in the open, hence the change of use application. I'm proud in the village that I live in and just want to support the local people that live here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, are there any questions? Councillor Bailey.
If it's a private studio, how many sessions in a year could you run without needing planning permission? As in events, is it sometimes up to 20 or something like that?
In terms of the use of land, I think the use of land is 28. I think it's up to 28 days. Yeah, but I think this is specific to changing the use of the building, which I think the applicant has very sort of eloquently said that she just wants to be above board. She just wants to be above board. She doesn't want to be introducing a use that in some respects, if it's very, very low key, some would say is almost de minimis really in terms of the change of use. So I think she's just trying to do the right thing and be above board.
Councillor Thackeray.
This was made for me, this one. Questions? Are you sure it's a change of use? It appears to me to be merely an extension of the same use. Honestly, I don't think this is... I'm flabbergasted that it's actually something that we have to get our teeth into, because my personal opinion would be crack on, just get on and do it. And I would say that irrespective of whether I'm a member of this council or not. Sorry, anyway, that was my question. Is it actually a change of use, or is it just a slight extension of that use?
No, it is a change of use if it's being used for commercial purposes. But what we've said is it's very, very low key.
Right, second question. If I may come back on that. Therefore, would Ryedale District Council do an audit of all the artists in Ryedale who work in their studios and sell their work and consider that to be for their own personal use? Or is every studio in Ryedale now going to be under the heading of a commercial development? People sell their artwork.
No, and that is that, and in most cases that won't tip the balance. But we've received an application from somebody that has said that they want to change the use from the studio being used for domestic, private purposes to run workshop sessions. So we're duty bound to determine the application.
Yes, I understand that, but the lady actually has said that she exhibits. In a range of galleries, and I assume she gets paid for her work. I think she should have been advised to just go away and carry on.
I think that's a matter of opinion, Councillor Thackeray. I mean, she's made the application, and we have to determine it. Are there any other questions? Now, whose ward is this now closest to? It is Eric's ward, but he's not here. Councillor Cleary again, then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's almost line of sight with where I live. Following on from Councillor Thackeray's sort of question, something to get our teeth into. Yeah, yes, quite right. It's on a plate in front of us to deal with. If the question had been slightly shorter, we'd have already dealt with it and gone on to the pudding. I'm very happy to support this. This is, as Councillor Thackeray quite eloquently said, it's just the sort of thing that we should be encouraging and supporting. Whether it needed a planning application or not, it's here for us to deal with and determine. And I propose approval. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Thackeray, no, Councillor Bailey. Does anybody wish to speak to this? Councillor Thackeray.
Yes. I would. Can I? I can't remember how we do this. You don't. In planning meetings, you don't propose amendments, do you? That's not where we're at. The conclusion of the report and the recommendations is what I've got great trouble with. I think nailing down this applicant to using her studio 1 day a week flies in the face of the opening hours of North Yorkshire Open Studios for a start-off, which I'm pretty sure are Saturdays and Sundays, because I have lots of friends who exhibit in there. Also, the issue about parking, I think it's just, you know, it's just ever so slightly gone, political correctness gone mad. Equally, I have friends in south of France who run art workshops, and they have a minibus, and people arrive 6 in a car. Again, there's also been a statement made as to how many artists will fit in this studio. It's not a Guinness Book of Records, but if anybody's seen the more magnificent long paintings of Jackson Pollock and imagines that any more than 1 or 2 in that room would not get splattered, is imagining the size of an artwork. I mean, I could happily live in there and probably need extra space besides. And yeah, indeed, maybe 4 or 6 people could fit in there. I'm most concerned that we're conditioning this delightful little enterprise as if it was some kind of takeaway Indian restaurant in somebody's back garden. I think, again, I look at the photographs that come on this screen and I see the entrance to this property, and I don't see any yellow lines on the road outside, and I can't see anybody in the land being able to move a car that decides to park on a road with no yellow lines. It's a public highway. When I used to put gigs on in Hovingham Village Hall, the police said to me, "Simon, park the cars on the road." And so 50 cars in a line on the road. He said it's the best traffic calming measure there is. And if they've got a problem in Sheriff Hutton with traffic and traffic calming, I suggest everybody parks on the road. Take them out of their driveways and park them in a long line all the way to Strensall. Thank you. Yes, but I'd like these conditions removed. I'd like this lady just to be able to live in a free country.
So you are proposing an amendment, Councillor Thackeray.
That is exactly it.
That's conditions. Which conditions are you actually asking should be removed?
The amount of days a year that this lady can use her studio in the way that she thinks fit. In other words, no restrictions whatsoever.
Have you got that, Jill?
I have, yes, Jim.
Right.
I think that there are 2 proposed conditions that are effectively form a restriction. One would be the use of the studio to operating 1 session a week. The other is to operating within the period 8 o'clock till 8 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. The first one, in terms of the workshop sessions, that was an attempt to try and mitigate the concerns that the Highway Authority had with on-street parking. The second one related to events that could be held at the site, and I think that was literally just because there is the potential for people to congregate outside the workshop in the garden, and it is still a residential area. So I think I think there were hours that the applicant herself referred to in terms of the events. Anyway.
I think that's not unreasonable.
Right. So it's more that later condition around restricting the number of workshops.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
School holidays, children, 1 day a week.
Yeah.
You don't even get your pencil drawing done.
I think there's a confusion here, because if it's an open studio 2 days a week and 6 people turn up, is that classed as an event, or as a lesson, or as a showcase? I agree with Simon on this one. It's you say you can't do lessons only once a week, but if you're open twice a week and open studios, which contributes to our tourism industry in the area, that's the bit I'm a bit, because if 5 people walk up the drive to go to an open studio, wouldn't you turn them away?
I don't believe the open studios are that regular. I think they are less frequent events. The events that the applicant has described her holding are 4 events, something in the region of 4 events per year. plus some open studio events, and I think they're just specific weekends within a year. I don't think they're a regular occurrence across every week.
Councillor Bailey.
I think we're making a bit of a storm in a teacup here, but there is an issue, which is why I asked the question in the first place, that continuing a sort of an extra or de minimis use to the existing use is no problem. But if you officially change the use of a piece of land to be a commercial use in effect, then that creates a precedent for further uses. I don't know the site well, but when I saw the picture of it, this clearly is a residential area, and it's not somewhere where you'd want to have a very intensive business use. That's not what's proposed, but I do think that having changed the use officially, it is important to make some condition to make sure that the scale and the impact of that use on the amenity is suitable for the residential area. I think what happens is fine. I'd be happy to take away the condition about once a week, but I do think the hours of use is probably important, because that'll make sure that cars disappear when people want to park overnight and stuff. So I think taking away all conditions is wrong. I think what's proposed is fine, but I do think changing the use officially means that the impact and the scale of that use does need to be regulated.
So do we then have an amendment to delete the condition which relates to weekly? Is that the only condition that we're seeking to delete? Okay. Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Cleary, this is now on the amendment.
Just to say, if it helps you, Mr. Chairman, I'd be quite happy to amend the recommendation as part of my original moving, so it's just a one vote. I think the other thing is, just very briefly, if I may, remember that this permission goes with the property, not the applicant. So I know we're very, very keen on what we're doing, what we're seeing here, but it goes with the property, not the applicant. So, but I'm very happy to, if it helps you, Mr. Chairman, to amend the original submission, the original proposal.
So are we agreed on that then? We know what we're voting for. I would go along with what everybody has been, with what has been agreed. So we can go straight to the vote, I think. Ali?
Councillor Andrews?
With the one condition removed.
Councillor Bailey?
For.
Councillor Braxton?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Graham?
For.
Councillor Mason? Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Thackeray?
For.
Councillor Windress?
For.
That's 9 votes for. That's unanimous, Chairman.
That's passed with the deletion of the one condition. Going on to agenda item 10, which is 21/00794/73, which is at Great and Little Bath Parish. Variation of condition 16 of planning approval 18/00429, dated 3rd of July 2018, to allow alterations to the internal layouts design of the dwellings and to change one of the single garages to a double garage at Forge Cottages, Bath Lane, Great Bath. And this is Alan, I think, if you're there, Alan. Ah, right.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, item 10 on page 91 of the agenda. Application is reported to Planning Committee in light of objections received from the occupants of the old Forge and also the Parish Council. There are no updates to the report as published. Just a couple of points of clarification and correction. The proposed scheme is on page 103 of the agenda, whereas the currently approved scheme is on page 109 of the agenda. And also just to flag up a typo on page 96, the third paragraph, penultimate sentence, it should read 800 millimetres. So in terms of the application itself, the application seeks to vary the approved plans condition to allow material amendments to the previously approved development. The principal changes comprise an increase in frontage width of each dwelling by 1.5 metres, a double garage instead of a single garage to serve the northern plot, referred to as house number 1, and alterations to the front and rear fenestration. The foul sewage arrangements would involve a package treatment plant, and also the works would involve the levelling of the site by approximately 600 millimetres. In terms of the comments raised by the parish council and the neighbour, the applicant has sought to make amendments to the application in terms of reducing the size of the double garage. So that has reduced the apex height and also the overall footprint. As a result of that, the Building Conservation Officer is satisfied in terms of the impact on the setting of the old forge, which is a Grade 2 listed building. It's considered that the development would not result in a materially greater impact than previously approved in relation to overbearing impacts and loss of light to the old forge. With regard to drainage, the foul drainage discharge would be to the package treatment plant, and it would also require the necessary building regulations approval. Any permission granted would also include standard conditions to control and approve the drainage arrangements as the development progresses. The proposed development, as amended, would result in a housing development sympathetic to the character and appearance of the village. The layout, siting and appearance of the development is not fundamentally different to that covered by the extant permission. There is no change in the number siting type or scale of the development of the dwellings proposed, and there would be no adverse impacts on neighbours which cannot be controlled by condition. There are no insurmountable issues in respect of drainage, and no objections have been raised in respect of highways or heritage. In light of this, it's recommended that permission is granted, subject to the 21 conditions as listed at the end of the report. I've also got a number of slides, which I'll just run through now. So the first slide is an aerial photo. So I've highlighted the position of the application site in relation to the village of Great Bath. So the site is on the left-hand side as you're travelling towards Great Bath from Habton direction. It's positioned between the Old Forge, which is a Grade 2 listed single-storey building to the north of the site, and Hillbrow Cottage to the south, which is a 2-storey detached dwelling. It's just before the turn-off into the village itself. The site has been undeveloped for approximately 15 years. It was previously occupied by 2 dwellings. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So this photo is taken from the eastern side of Bath Lane, facing across to the northern part of the site. So in that photo, you can see the old forge. And then the next photo is just panning round, looking across the site. So this is showing the northern boundary of the site with the old forge, and again just coming round facing towards the western boundary of the site in the distance, and the next photo panning round to show the southern boundary with Hillbrow Cottage, and then the final slide on this side of the road facing along the public highway facing southward. And the next slide is taken from within the site, stood on the western boundary. So this is facing towards the northern boundary, and it's panning back. The next slide, please, is facing eastward. And again, just panning round. You can see an access has been formed on site as part of the extant permission. And the next slide is just facing the southern boundary with Hillbrow Cottage. Next slide, please. So this is stood centrally within the site, facing north towards the old forge, just showing the existing boundary treatment in this area. And the next slide is a close-up looking west across that boundary, just showing the line of that boundary, which is something that's been referred to by the objector. And the next slide is just panning round towards the access point for the old forge. And the next slide, this is the final slide. This is taken from Bath Lane to the northwest of the site, and it's facing towards the rear of the site. So that's the western boundary. On the left-hand side is the Old Forge. On the right-hand side is Hillbrow Cottage. And that's the final slide on that item. And I understand there's a speaker on this item, Chair.
Yes. Janet Hagger, are you there, Mrs. Hagger?
Yes, well, my husband's going to speak for me.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. We just want to raise issues regarding the siting of the double garage. We fully recognise that the planners have actually lowered the pitch by removing an attic room within the garage, and they've agreed to fully excavate the site down to the level of the road. Our objection to that is the top layer of that site is where all the soakaways go from our existing package treatment plant. Now, below that top layer of soil is a substrate of clay which is not permeable, and we already have a high water table around our property, and for the site to be excavated 600 millimetres where the treatment plant soakaways go, and then a further 900 millimetres to a metre down for the footings and foundations for the garage, would take a blockage within the soakaway onto the site. Now, there's no investigations happened on the site regarding the suitability of the soakaway being able to handle the further provision of the 2 additional dwellings. And on the foul drainage form that was submitted, they in section 8 they said, will there be any access roads, driveways or paved areas within the disposal area? Well, the plans clearly show the large soakaway area directly on the drive of the proposed number 1 dwelling, which gives us real concern as to the ability for that site to remove the sewage and wastewater. In addition to that, the package water treatment plant is on our site, run by us, powered by us, and there's been no approach as to whether that can be used, the legalities of it, which I understand will be a private civil matter, but the actual Clargester itself is over 16 years old, and it's already increasingly being used or being serviced to maintain it. So I'm very concerned regarding the whole sewage treatment ability of the proposed developments.
Thank you. Right, we're now going to questions, and I think the first question that I would have to ask is, Alan, if you could answer those questions from the speaker in regard to the sewage treatment. He's basically saying that the site is in such a place, and the design is such that it doesn't handle the sewage properly, the sewage discharge properly. Can you help us, please?
Yeah, I think at this stage, really, it's a case of looking at the conditions would require the applicant to employ a drainage specialist, and they would have to do the necessary investigations in relation to surface water and foul drainage arrangements. But our view is that it's not insurmountable. There are matters that are raised in terms of the capacity of the existing treatment plant, and that'd be a matter that would come out as part of the building control regulation process, and as part of the inspection by the building control officer. So in light of that, I think there's necessary and reasonable controls imposed on the planning permission.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Councillor Bailey.
Justice Allen said that I was skimming through the conditions to find where the relevant condition is for this. Could you just highlight the condition so that we're confident that it'll do the job?
The conditions in relation to drainage are numbers 15 to 17, which are on page 101 of the agenda. So that includes surface water and foul drainage.
Councillor Thackeray.
Yeah, on the same subject, actually. I wonder if you could explain. We've got Mr. Haggis, gentleman on the screen, referring to the package plant, which is on his land. And also there's reference to the fact that the application site properties would drain foul drainage, if you like, using the package plant that's on that gentleman's land. How do you manage to do that legally?
Well, I think in terms of the legal documents which I'm informed are in place, and those agreements, they would fall outside of the planning permission. It might be that there might be questions in terms of agreements between the two parties, which would fall outside of the planning control. So at the moment, in terms of access arrangements for inspection, for example, we wouldn't be able to sort of condition anything in relation to that. It would be between the two parties to resolve anything there. So it could be that they might not be able to reach an agreement in terms of the current the use of the current plant, or it might be that the building inspector will establish that there isn't capacity. So that I think the conditions would allow for an alternative scheme to be looked at if that was an issue that came about.
Can I continue with that, please? If that is the case, we're unable to approve the erection of two dwellings that have got no guaranteed means of either foul or surface water discharge. I mean, if it isn't within the boundary of the site itself, it's not owned by the owner of the application site. It's not a public sewer to go into somebody else's package plant. It's not like tapping into Yorkshire Water's main sewer, which you can do by right. But I absolutely cannot understand how we can determine an application where we don't know where the foul sewage is going to go, unless it's just going to go back into the street, as in medieval times. It's a mystery to me completely, Alan.
Yeah, I think in terms of the information we've been provided to make a decision in land use planning terms, I think we're satisfied that, subject to the conditions, a scheme can be incorporated in terms of the drainage arrangements, and we've got no reason to doubt what the applicant's saying in terms of the legal rights of connection. But ultimately, that is a matter that would fall outside of planning control, any sort of issues that might arise.
Yeah, to my way of thinking, we ought to have a separate planned for foul disposal system within the boundary of the site itself, not on somebody else's land. By the sounds of it, the gentleman doesn't want it.
Which, I mean, I don't think it's unusual for there to be a shared system, and the responsibilities in terms of maintaining that and all compliance with the Environment Agency's requirements, because this isn't on a scale that would require a permit, but it would require them to follow the binding rules. That falls jointly on the two parties. So there are agreements to be reached outside of planning after, should planning permission be granted, which might result in the applicant speaking to us further in terms of how they address details under the conditions.
Therefore, we can approve the building of it, but we can't guarantee that it'll ever get built.
If I can help Councillor Thackeray, condition 15 says prior to the commencement of any building works associated with the dwellings and garages, before they can start building, details of the proposed means of disposal of foul and surface water in drainage, including details of any off-site works, shall be submitted to and approved in writing. So by the local planning authority. So I do think we have control.
So that's a standard condition, isn't it?
It is, yes. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, just moving on from that, I'm happy with that condition. It is standard and it's correct. I just wonder though, how we make assessments. I think I am aware that drainage in this particular area is an issue, and soakaways don't work. And so, if they were to get an expert to come and give us a drainage plan, would we have somebody suitably qualified to check that? That's my question. Just as opposed to saying, here's an expert, gives us a plan, that's okay. I really would want to push back a little bit to say we would run their plan past our expert, just to be confident that they weren't stealing a bit of a march.
That's a very good question, Alan.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I would expect the details provided under the terms of conditions will be produced by a drainage engineer, and in terms of the wording of the condition, I think at the point of us considering those details, we would consult with building control. It might be a degree of duplication in terms of the applications that they'd be dealing with, but I think it would be, in these circumstances, wise of us to get their opinion at that stage.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, can you just confirm my understanding that if we grant, well, we've already granted planning permission, all we're looking at is a relatively minor change. We can grant permission for this to be built, but it is very much upon the applicant to come up with a workable plan for the drainage. If he doesn't come up with a workable plan that is passed to the satisfaction of us and building control and anybody else necessary, then that's his problem and he's not going to be able to build it.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Potter. Yeah.
Any more questions? Councillor Thackeray.
Actually, I think it's for debate.
Okay. Well, in that case, we will go into debate. Now, first of all, is it your ward, Councillor Thackeray, or is it?
Yeah, it's my ward.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Could you start us off then, please?
Yes, I can. I've known this site for long time. I think once upon a time when there were two cottages on the site, there were back-to-back cottages facing, I think, north-south, and I believe that one of them was actually called Forge Cottage, because my rather addled memory from all those years ago, I think I carved a millstone with the names Forge Cottage for the gentleman that lived there and drank many a cup of tea over the years. Anyway, I also remember the buildings, the cottages being sold. They were rental properties at the time, and they were sold, and they were bought by the current owner, who made a little bit of a mistake. I think he would admit it himself probably, and he fell into the Ryedale District Council trap of local needs occupancy condition by knocking the houses down. The site has been bare, empty, lived in by a few rabbits only since I think about 2015, or maybe even earlier. Yeah, about 2015. At which point it got a local needs occupancy condition slapped on it and has stood there empty ever since. Now, the applicant can get this approved tonight, and the chances of it ever getting built and anybody local or otherwise living in it certainly not local, I would have thought, are virtually nil. I've run this past a planning consultant who says that by default, this application with a local needs occupancy condition is unviable. So all I think we are doing tonight is going round the houses, ticking the boxes, and the little wheel is ticking around, and it's going to come back to us again once if indeed they get built, once they can't be sold because nobody can afford to buy them. The land, as we know from the planning inspector's education lesson that he gave us recently, will be devalued to the point whereby it's worthless and no builder will be able to make a profit. So we're you know, this is just it's just a ridiculous process that we're going through, frankly, and that's preventing two little cottages getting built, two little families living in them, and rock on. So the sooner we get it approved, the sooner it'll come back, and the sooner we'll lift the condition and realise what a bad idea it was at the time. Thank you.
So are you proposing it, Councillor Thackeray?
Yeah, I propose approval.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mason. Does anybody else wish to speak? Can we go to the vote, please? Yes, by all means.
Could I just, I mean, we can circumvent this charade if we want, if members will support my initiative and let it turn into a house that people can afford to build and live in, rather than go through the motions and come back in a year's time or not, when Ryedale District Council has scurried into the blue yonder. I would make an amendment to get rid of the local needs occupancy condition on this property forthwith.
Is that seconded? Councillor Cleary.
Forgive me, I was not going to second it. I'll wait till it's seconded before I speak to it.
Is that seconded?
I'm happy to include it in the original proposal.
Right, Councillor Mason will second it. Can we, who then wishes to speak? Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've a lot of sympathy with Councillor Thackeray's reasons for getting rid of the local needs occupancy clause on this particular property, but I believe it's, and I don't like these things anyway, I think it's counterproductive, but I think we're trying to run before we walk, insofar as that we haven't really studied the needs that, or the requirement of this clause on this specific property. If it had been put on the agenda with a report, it's something we could have studied fully and given its due attention. As it's brought up as it is, I don't think we can, with all due respect to Councillor Thackeray's reasoning.
Can I ask the officers, has this condition been agreed by the applicant?
It has, Chair, and it does appear on the extant permission.
I mean, I have some difficulty with this because I am totally against the local needs occupancy condition, and I think the sooner it goes, the better. But the trouble is, it is policy. Do you have any comments, Jill?
Just to reiterate the point that you've just made, Chairman, it is policy, and we make decisions in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. I think for that to be the case, we would need significant evidence that the local needs, using the local needs occupancy condition in this instance is not appropriate. There is a route available. It's a condition. There is a route available for for anyone that has property subject to the condition to be able to make an application to remove the condition if it is problematic in the future in terms of the occupancy, the sale or the occupancy of dwellings. But I don't believe we're at that stage with this yet. So I don't think there are considerations that are tipping the balance. Clearly, it's a sensitive issue. It is something that we know members want to explore through the review of the plan, and I think that's the appropriate route that we need to go down in terms of reviewing the future of that condition.
Councillor Cleary.
Mr. Chairman, if it helps, may I suggest, in fact, that we defer this item until such reasons for withdrawing or withholding this clause from this particular application can be discussed with the applicant. We've had applications in front of us where the local occupancy needs clause have been withdrawn because of various reasons, and I wonder whether this is an instance where deferral might assist the determination of this without having to sort of change policy on the hoof.
Councillor Bailey.
I wasn't thinking of changing policy on the hoof, Chairman. I was thinking of approving it as recommended to us, and then if the applicant doesn't like that, he can come back and make an amendment or a further application to reduce or withdraw the
Councillor Mason.
Finish, please. And what I would say is that, we are determined to make policy. The way to change this is to change the policy, not to ignore the policy. To ignore the policy is to do down or to do wrong all those other people who have had their applications assessed against that policy. So we should stick to our policy. The applicant can come back and apply to have that changed, or we can change the policy, not just ignore it.
But now I've got three proposals on the table. One is to approve the policy without the local needs, to approve the application without the local needs occupancy condition. The second one is to approve it as is recommended, and the third one is to defer it. So, do I have a seconder for deferral?
Chair, can I just say something?
Let me finish. It says no seconder for deferral. Your second deferral. So in that case, will you withdraw your original proposal?
Well, if you let me say something, I was going to withdraw my second on that and go with Michael.
Okay, well.
I'll happily support Councillor Cleary on the basis that by deferring this application, the council can do what it should do whenever the local needs occupancy. This council has approved multiple applications for developments whereby the local needs occupancy condition has not been applied because of the viability argument. Okay, there are multiple cases in point. It seems just that the majority of applicants, and I've said it before in this chamber, are completely unaware that that is an option open to them.
Let's get it sorted out. So we now have two motions. One is to defer. One is to approve as originally recommended. And has that been seconded?
I'll second
that. Right. In that case, I am going to deal with it in this way. The amendment will be to defer, and if that is lost, then we go on to Councillor Bailey's motion. Okay.
Chairman, can I just make a point? I think we just have to be really careful here. We do not know, this has not come from the applicant, concern about this condition. It's been raised by Councillor Thackeray. We do not know that the applicant doesn't have occupants lined up for this. We don't know what we could be deferring this to and what the implications are. We simply don't know.
I think, Jill, that's the point.
The implications are really simple.
Councillor Thackeray, please. I think, Jill, that is exactly the point. We don't know. And this is an opportunity, by deferring it, it's an opportunity to find out. So, can we go to the vote, please, on the amendment first? Now, I beg your pardon, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. The local needs occupancy clause was consulted on, went to the inspector, was found to be sound, compliant with national policy and legal. It's there for a reason. It might well need some tweaking, but if we do that, we can do that in the local plan review. That is the place to deal with this, with proper discussions, not surrounding one application on the night and trying to cause confusion to everything. Can we deal with this in the right and proper place? Thank you.
Councillor Cleary, I think this must be the last
It is really, and it's really a point that somebody proposed that the planning department should do something. It's not really in their remit. The planning applications come in and they're dealt with as they're supposed to. For planning officers to suggest something else that's not been asked for, I think it's quite wrong. That I think it is a criticism of our officers that's not really proper. If you'd allow me to make that comment, I've made it, so thank you.
Well. We're all accountable, Councillor Cleary. You, me, and the officers as well. So I think occasionally the officers will accept they have to be criticised. But I don't actually think that this was a personal criticism of the officers at all.
Good. It was. I think it was pointed at the department really, and whilst I'm more than happy to face criticism, I think I think they should be able to answer it back, and if it's not substantiated, then or I don't think it was justified that it's that there was a suggestion that they should have offered something that wasn't asked for, and I don't think that was correct. I will put my shovel away. We do seem to be getting ourselves into a bit of a hole.
I think we've spent long enough on this. Well, I'm sure you
say no. I just have a question. So
no, we've gone past questions.
Well, you see, what? It's a question in debate then. My question is just simply this: is so we can put a local occupancy rule on, but we can't take one off because we did it at Swinton. So that, do you see what I mean? That's the bit I'm not quite clear on because I asked in the meeting, can we put this on, and it was deferred to find out if we could put one on.
Can we go to the vote, please? On deferral. On deferral. All in favour of deferral. Can we have the vote, please? This is the amendment.
Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
Against.
Councillor Braxton.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Potter.
Against.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Windress.
Against.
The application is deferred.
6. That's 6 votes for deferral, 3 against.
Could you just confirm the reason for deferral?
I think Councillor Cleary made it fairly clear it was to investigate. Is to investigate whether the local needs occupancy condition would cause the applicant would make the thing unviable. To allow the officers to investigate that. That's correct.
So I think our code of conduct says that where we go against the officer's recommendation, we should give clear reason.
I think that's a clear reason. Is that correct, Councillor Cleary?
That was the general gist. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can we now go on to item number 11, which is the number is 21/01046 householder application, erection of a single-storey side extension to 20 the Mount Malton. This is Emma Woodlands. Are you dealing with it, Jill?
I am, Chairman, thank you. Chairman, this is a relatively minor application for a single-storey side extension to this residential property within the conservation area. The main dwelling is a traditional property and it makes a very strong contribution to the character and appearance of the conservation area. I think that's been outlined quite clearly in the report. The scheme has been revised following the sort of negotiation with the Building Conservation Officer and has been designed to be effectively more akin to a detached ancillary outbuilding which is set off the main dwelling with its gable end facing the highway. Just to point out that the Town Council has objected to the design, something which reflects an objection from another resident on the Mount. The concern around the design really is the roof line and the gable form of the roof of the extension, which is not in keeping with the roof line of the house. If you could just look at some of the photographs, I'll perhaps try and describe this in a bit more detail really in terms of the site. So members may be familiar with the Mount. The property is located at the Middle Cave Road end of the Mount, and that's it in the picture. So it has obviously its main elevation fronting onto the Mount, but what you can see there is quite a significant crosswing extension that extends down into the garden at right angles to the main dwelling. And you can see that the section at the back that is painted white, that's where the side extension will be is proposed to be attached to the property. So it's not right at the front of the plot, it's to the rear. So if we can just move on to the next slide. Thank you. So from that vantage point, which is looking front, straight at the front of the property, you may just get glimpses of the gable of what will be the proposed extension, but set well into the back of the site from that vantage point. And if you could just look again, thank you. That's just another angle taken from the Mount. So yeah, the extension is off the white painted section of the building. It's designed so that it doesn't extend directly from with its with a pitched roof directly off that section of the building. There's a small, very small, flat roof extension, and then a gable form, and that's to try and just give the, as I say, give the appearance of effectively a building which is more akin to a sort of a residential domestic ancillary outbuilding within the plot. I don't think there are any more photos. Oh, sorry, that's just from within the plot, looking straight across it at the side elevation of the house. So, as I said, the extension will be attached to the painted white section of the building. The ground floor window at that furthest end will effectively become a door, and where you see the door in the white section now, that's where the extension will be situated on the building and within the plot. Chairman, I think the case officer or officers are of the view that the proposal does respond to effectively the established building hierarchy within the property. It's modest in scale and in architectural detail. I think the case officer is very much of the view that is reflective of the character of the conservation area, which has a number of incidental residential outbuildings at the side and rear of properties on the Mount. And importantly, it retains generous sized garden to the property, which is a very positive feature of this part of the conservation area. So in summary, officers are of the view that it conserves the character of the conservation area, and it's an extension which is appropriate in scale and design in terms of its architecture and its relationship with the main property and the surrounding area. So the approval, the recommendation is one of approval as outlined in the report.
Thank you, Jill. I have to say that I should have declared an interest being a member of Malton Town Council. Again, when this was discussed, I listened carefully, but I voted to abstain, as I always do on all these applications. So I have a personal, non-pecuniary, non-prejudicial interest in this. I have no questions. Does anybody else have any questions? I don't think we have a speaker, do we?
Not on this item, Chair.
So if there are no questions, we'll go into debate. And as it's my ward, I'll take it. I say I really have nothing to add. Having looked at the photographs and looked at the plans, it doesn't seem to be particularly out of keeping, and I'll propose it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Thackeray? Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Thackeray?
I'd just like to declare an interest that my girlfriend used to live there.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Andrews?
For.
Councillor Bailey?
For.
Councillor Braxton?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Graham?
For.
Councillor Mason?
For.
Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Thackeray?
Sorry, I was daydreaming. 4.
Councillor Windress?
Abstain.
That's 8 votes for, Chairman, and 1 abstention. So that's approved.
Item number 12, 21-01499 FUL. This is for the siting on the service road and village green of outdoor seating for Dough Cafe and sale of hot food for consumption off the premises. Alan, I think you're dealing with this one.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, item 12 on page 135 of the agenda. The application has been subject to a relatively high number of responses. It's reported to Planning Committee in light of objections from consultees, local residents and members of the public. The only update since the publication of the report is the receipt of 2 further representations, 1 in support and 1 in objection, but they do not raise any matters over and above those summarised within the report. And attached to the report are a number of plans, and it's just to flag up to members that the latest plans, the amended plans to be considered, are those on pages 152 to 154. The application site itself is subject to a number of national and local designations and constraints. The proposal can be separated into 3 distinct elements. As set out in the report, the recommendation is for a split decision. It's recommended that the seating that is proposed on the service road is approved, as is the hot food sale for consumption off-site, subject to the 6 conditions as listed at the end of the report. However, retrospective planning permission is refused for the siting on part of the village green nearest the public highway of outdoor seating to serve the cafe. The reason for that is fourfold, and that relates to the impacts on the conservation area, the AUMB, the visually important undeveloped area, and highway safety. So I will move on to the slides which accompany this item. So the first slide is an aerial photo. Again, the application site is central within that. Highlighted, it's the building on the southern side of Main Street in Welburn. I've also highlighted Cherry Tree House, which is under the ownership of the applicant immediately to the east and adjoining the cafe. That's a Grade 2 listed building. And on the other side of the road is Pear Tree House, which is also a Grade 2 listed building. I've listed the constraints. I'm not sure if members can see that on the slide, but there's a number of constraints applicable to the site. So that's the conservation area, AONB, VI, UAA, and also that the site involves land registered as village green. So the village green on that, as shown in the aerial photo, is the 2 grass strips to the north of the application building. So it's separated by the access off the main street, which you can see in the middle of those 2 grassed areas. So moving on to the next slide, there's photos. These photos are taken prior to the amendment to the application, where the applicant removed 2 of the picnic benches from the application. So the 2 white painted picnic benches on the left-hand side of the access have now been removed from site and also removed from the application under consideration. So in terms of the seating on the village green, it's the seating on the right-hand side, which is referred to as the love seat, and also a single picnic bench. There's also seating to the front of the cafe, which comprises 2 wooden picnic benches which flank the main entrance door to the cafe. So moving on to the next slide, this is taken facing west through the village. So that in the foreground are the 2 benches which have now been removed and no longer form part of the application. The next slide, please. This is taken from the service road. So on the left-hand side to the front of the cafe, you can see the 2 timber picnic benches that are at the entrance to the building. And the next slide, please. Again, a close-up of those two benches. So they are the benches that we're recommending approval for. It is going to be conditioned, so we limit the number and the size of those benches, including the projection of those benches from the front elevation to ensure that the service road is kept clear for the movement of vehicles. And the next slide, please. So this is facing the 2 benches which remain on site, which affect the village green. In the background, on that photo, you could just see the Crown and Cushion pub, just to orientate yourselves there. And the next slide, please. So this is facing back eastward along the service road. The benches to the front, which are recommended for approval, are on the right-hand side. Those which are not acceptable are on the left-hand side. And the next slide, please. Again, just facing the front elevation of the cafe. And this is a close-up of those benches on the village green. Members might note that as referred to in the report, the picnic benches are numbered in terms of being available for the customers of the cafe. And the next slide, please. Again, this is one of the more recent photos where just the benches on the right-hand side of the access road, as you're facing the cafe, remain. They're actually, at the moment, they're taped off, as you can see in the photo at the moment. And the next slide is, again, just facing back. You can just see those benches on the right-hand side, and that the benches shown in the earlier photos have now been removed from site. And the next slide, please. So this is the final slide, and it's just another aerial photo which refers to the last paragraph of page 142 of the report, where reference is made to 3 existing benches within the village, which are park-style street benches, which are available for the general public. So that just highlights the 3 locations of those benches, which are within 120 metres of the existing cafe. And that's the final slide. Thank you, Chair. I think we've got a couple of speakers on this item.
We do. First of all, there's Mr. Rob Stansfield. Are you there? Can we hear you? We can't hear you at the moment. Mr. Rob Stansfield. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, yes. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of objectors. My name is Rob Stansfield. We have lived at St John's Cottage, Welburn, for over 33 years and adjoin the Grade 2 listed Cherry Tree House, which lies between ourselves and the property currently trading as Doe. The 2008 change of use consent was conditioned to protect the privacy and amenity of adjoining residential properties, the historic character of the village, and to prevent conflict between pedestrians and vehicular traffic. Outdoor seating was to one area only. The protective planning policies remain, and a 233% increase in outdoor seating, as proposed in this application, is an intensification outside the permitted use with considerable adverse planning impact. By majority, we have no objection to extended opening hours or to the sale of hot takeaway food, subject to conditions. We welcome visitors and want the cafe to succeed, but not by taking away enjoyable open space. Reasons for objection in our resident statement to the planners are now endorsed in the case officer's thorough and extensive report, in which Highway support our alert to the danger to both pedestrian and vehicular traffic. We base our representations on material planning considerations. 24 of the 29 referred to are from people who actually live in Welburn Village. Only some 16 of the 96 in support come from people permanently residing in the village, and none live close to the village green. The remaining 80 are all from outside the village, for example, Wigan, Leeds, Newcastle and Hull. They do not appreciate the significance and value of our village green, but both the conservation officer and the manager of the AONB do. Additionally, the Open Spaces Society advise of the statutory protection afforded to all registered village greens. Precedent affecting free access to Ryedale village greens and the integrity of the council's own VIUAs may follow from this decision tonight. Removal of all seating from the village green should not threaten the viability of the business or employment, as the applicant has several other options to increase seating elsewhere within their own properties. To conclude, it is hoped that the decision on the amended application will be based solely on the key material planning arguments and not influenced by social media generated representations made without knowledge of or concern for the past, present and future character of our historic village. We ask that the committee refuse the application as it stands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Then on behalf of the applicant, we have Iona Spence. Are you there, Iona?
Yeah, thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chair. We believe that being able to maintain 2 benches on the grass is a crucial element to do. We are an important community hub, as well as a cafe, a local business run by locals using local suppliers. We support people from the surrounding areas, as well as bringing much needed tourism to the Ryedale economy, which is particularly important because areas, especially in the north, are struggling to keep going, and we mustn't allow our local economy to fall. However, we now face some opposition. 23% objected to 77% supporting the application for the benches. Village greens are there for the community to enjoy, of which a picnic bench is a delightful and important part. And villagers can enjoy this to the full capacity while staying safe. The benches do not obstruct the highways or access ways. The benches on the grass do not look out of place or character for the village and are consistent with other surrounding area of outstanding natural beauty villages. And to reinforce this, we have stated that we are happy to repaint the love seat in a colour to suit the conservation officers. Since 2007, there has been at least 1 bench located on the green, as has been confirmed from all previous owners, so there is a long-standing precedent. Since moving into the village in 2015, we can't ever recall any accidents or objections from neighbours or other villagers about the picnic benches, showing how, for the most part, the issues related to over-visiting and traffic are temporary as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic is also a significant reason to keep these benches. Noticeably, many customers still feel safer sitting outside. Now to combat some specific concerns. Firstly, we have read the objections and have actively removed the benches from outside Grade 2 listed Cherry Tree House to maintain privacy for our neighbours, in addition to returfing the grassed areas outside both properties, making it far better than it has been since we've lived here. Additionally, related to litter and recycling, we aim to put out our recycling on the day of collection rather than the night before, in an effort to reduce the visual impact of the community, and we are currently litter picking in the immediate area outside the cafe, as well as ensuring the outdoor bin is emptied regularly. We understand the importance of privacy and would like to confirm that the bench and love seat situated opposite the cafe do not overlook any houses, only the pub and the cafe. Finally, after some concern that these benches are only to profit a business, we would like to reiterate that the tables on the green are also for the use of the general public and are not exclusive to Doe. I would ask that the council kindly reconsider their plan to reject the remaining bench and love seat, because ultimately we believe that Doe is an indispensable part of not only the village, but the wider community in Ryedale, through employing jobs that we wouldn't otherwise be able to maintain. We believe that the benefits overwhelmingly outweigh any harms, and so it's essential that we can maintain and sustain our local business and community spirit, especially when the economic survival of northern areas like Ryedale is at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any questions? Councillor Mason.
Yeah. Are we seeing, is this the legacy of the changing or the relaxing of planning rules for outdoor seating for due to COVID for bars and restaurants?
There has been, in response to the COVID outbreak, there has been rules that have been relaxed. It has, yes, but our view on this in these circumstances and on this site is that they wouldn't have benefited from those relaxed permitted development rights, and the reason being is that the seating isn't considered to be within the curtilage of the cafe. So if it's within the curtilage of a pub, restaurant, cafe, whether it's a movable marquee or movable seats, it would be allowed. In this case, it's beyond the curtilage of the cafe, so we wouldn't say that they've benefited from that permitted development rights.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before a question, this is a comment on the front page of the agenda, page 135. It's against Highways North Yorkshire, no response received. I think, in fact, we have received a response from North Yorkshire Highways, which you'll find on page 143. Unusually to find a response from Highways. I'm hoping that members have read that. My questions are, the applicant's report refers to a previous occupant that closed the post office due to a viability report. Have you had sight of that viability report?
That report is in the system, yep, and it is part of the planning history. That was in relation to an application for the change of use to a dwelling. Yes. So it hasn't been considered as anything directly relevant in this case, and it hasn't been raised by the applicant.
And then through the report, this item and the related next one, it refers to a previous application in 2008, where a previous application for outside seating, immediately outside the cafe, shop, whatever, was subject to a condition 6. I wonder, can you tell, I can't see anywhere in the, on the system, as it were, that condition system was ever enacted because the conditions, or rather the condition, the consent was enacted because condition 6 was satisfactorily passed. Can you confirm whether condition 6 was actually ever passed?
Yes, Councillor Cleary, that condition was discharged. So there is the documents in the system which confirm that. And although I've not included the actual plan that shows the outdoor seating from the 2008 permission, within the report it is described in terms of its the area that was allowed for that seating in terms of the projection and size. I can't find it at the moment, but it is in there.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Right, well, the recommendation is in two parts, which is to refuse the seating on the green strip on the village green, and to allow the permission for the seats directly outside the shop. Who's going to start the debate on this? Councillor Cleary.
This is very much in my ward, Mr. Chairman, and sharing Councillor Graham, of course. In fact, if Councillor Graham would like to lead on this, I'd be very happy to.
I heard enough in all the parish council meetings I went to.
Yeah, I first of all, let me say how delighted I am that this establishment continues to thrive. Since the post office shut, it's gone up and down a bit, but the last 3 or 4 occupants and operators of this shop have been tremendous. And in many respects, it's a problem of their success that we're having this debate now. I'll go straight to the recommendation. I'm pleased that the officer has, in preparing the report, has taken clear lead from all relevant statutory consultees and has removed has come down against any use, commercial use, permanent use by way of tables and what have you, of the village green. Reading some of the supporters, they have erroneously referred to this as merely a wide grass verge. It isn't. It's a village green. We have a statutory duty to protect it. Moving on to the part approval element of the recommendation, I do struggle to. I remember I was actually in this chamber when the original 08 consent was made. I was in the public gallery and I was amazed that the then planning committee had decided to pass an application for something that was happening on the highway. It's referred to in various places as a service road. I think also the applicant's report refers to it as a private road. It's not a private road, it's a highway. There are cars pass up and down it all the time, and whilst it is not maintained at the public expense, it is a highway, it is a carriageway. And the use of the highway for placing picnic tables on, even though they're very close to the building, I do have concerns. Indeed, the conditions that the recommendation reports to cites highway safety as the reasons for applying conditions. It's difficult, Mr. Chairman, to read the room in my position. I really don't want to recommend approval of this with this in place. However, I'm aware that I might lose this, and we therefore go to therefore that the recommendation would be approved, allowing these picnic tables on the highway. If that is the case, I would like conditions applied to such approval, and I don't know whether it would be appropriate at this juncture to specify or beef up those conditions, or whether it would have to go before after the initial vote was made. And I wonder if I could maybe ask for some advice on that before going any further, or before it's seconded.
I think we need to know exactly what it is that you want to suggest. And I don't think we need to have the precise. I'm sure the officers will put it in the correct language.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is that correct? Are you happy with that?
You need to know what I'm talking about there. Thanks. My concern is that I really am not happy with the siting of the picnic tables on the highway, which is the part approval of this report. I'm aware, though, that I might get defeated on this, and it would be approved as per the recommendation. If that's the case, I would like to ensure that some safety elements were attached to such siting, and I would like to ask that the highways, the North Yorkshire Highways, be consulted on the conditions or possible signage that would be part of that approval. Does that make sense?
Bill? Alan?
Yeah, I think the condition we're probably looking at is number 2, which relates to the number and the projection of those benches. Whether there could be some wording tagged onto that to require the submission of a scheme, whereby we can consult with the highways officers, but we can include that as the recommendation in terms of maximum projections and things like that. So yeah, I think we can tweak that wording.
Thank you for that. In which case, I'm not anticipating losing, but I propose that we refuse the application as recommended.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused because the recommendation is in 2 parts, that we approve one and refuse the other.
Well, to refuse both elements. The recommendation is part approval. It's refusal of the application in terms of the use of the village green, but approval of the use of the road or the highway against the cafe for use of picnic tables. I am moving that we refuse both elements of that application. The recommendation, whilst I approve the refusal of the element on the village green, I also do not accept the element of the approval. So I am against the recommendation as tabled.
Right.
Does that make sense? Are we?
It does. You're asking us. You're proposing that we refuse the whole application. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Mrs. Graham. Does anybody wish to speak to this? Councillor Thackeray.
Yes. Michael has managed to, Councillor Cleary has managed to slightly confuse me, but I'd like to offer my interpretation. That Councillor Cleary is not happy with the seating that's on the carriageway as he describes it, but the officer has suggested that the size and scale of that seating could be modified to become acceptable. Councillor Cleary doesn't like to see the seating on the village green. Therefore, my interpretation of this is that we vote in that we support the officer's recommendation, subject to a condition in respect of the 2 chairs that remain on the highway. Is that right or wrong? That's me now. Oh, well, I know what I'm trying to say.
So this is an amendment, is it, Councillor Thackeray?
Yeah, but that was all. Yes, that was. That's already what?
I think the personage point is already in there.
That is already the recommendation, is it, that I've just said?
Yes, condition 2 relates to the size of the benches on the road and the projection. It was whether there needs to be an amendment to the wording of that in terms of bringing highways into play for a consultation with them on a scheme. That's my understanding of.
Okay. I didn't quite get that, obviously.
Were you proposing to bring highways in, or just say no to the whole thing?
To unconfuse you, Councillor Cleary proposed refusing the whole application, but he said that as I understand it, he said if the part that was going to be that was recommended for approval, if that was approved, then that condition could be changed. So, are you then proposing an amendment that the officer's recommendation be accepted, subject to the tweaking of condition 2, which Councillor Cleary was suggesting?
I think I now understand, if my brain hasn't completely gone, that Councillor Cleary is wanting highways to advise on some safety aspects of the seating on the highway. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, my motion has been moved and seconded. I think in due process you should get rid of that first and then go back to the... My worry was that if I lose, and I'm quite prepared to face that, that I do have concerns about using the highway for picnics, and that I would like highways involvement in that secondary case, in that fallback case, that I lose my motion.
Yeah, my problem is that if somebody proposes a motion, then that motion can only be amended, and it's the amended motion that has to go first. Yeah. Yeah. So is Councillor Thackeray's motion amendment seconded?
Councillor Windrush has just come up with a very good idea to resolve all of this, and it's called picnic blankets.
Yeah. Right. Councillor Mason, are you seconding that?
I'm just trying to get some clarity here because I'm completely lost at the moment. If we refuse Michael's motion, does this then come back for another vote, or is that just done and everything is just...
That is just done, which is why I'm saying that you have to put what Councillor Thackeray says as an amendment, and then the amendment is debated first. If it's lost, then we go to the Councillor Cleary's motion.
And the amendment that you're proposing is to get highways involved to give advice on the second part.
Basically, just to say, is it a 4-foot long table or a 3-foot long table, I think.
Right. So have you put that forward?
Have you seconded that, Councillor Mason?
Well, I'm not sure he's proposed that highways get involved yet. I haven't heard.
I mean, I don't know why highways need to be involved. If we can condition that they're a certain size table that don't protrude too far into the highway, I don't know. I mean, are they there already? Are they used already?
Yeah, the benches are there, and as part of the approval recommendation, there is condition number 2, which restricts the size of those benches.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I'm happy with that.
So your amendment is without Councillor Cleary's extra set of words?
Yes, I think so.
Right. Okay, so we'll go to the amendment first. So the amendment is the officer's recommendation. Okay? No, you take the amendment before you take the motion.
But
the officers have put forward a recommendation. Councillor Cleary has moved a motion. Councillor Thackeray has moved an amendment, and it's the amendment. The amendment has been seconded. Has it not been seconded?
I think we withdraw the amendment, Paul, because the officer's recommendation is actually the right way for us. Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
You did say you were the person to unconfuse me. I'm not sure.
The problem is, Councillor Thackeray, that if the amendment is withdrawn, then the only thing we can vote on is to refuse the whole development, the whole motion.
No, that's not. I don't think. We've still got the original proposal to vote on, haven't we? Oh, yeah.
I mean,
okay. I'm going to just say silent.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, I would like to propose that the officer's recommendation as is. So we need to discuss Councillor Cleary's presumably first, vote on that, and then there's a second proposal for the officer's recommendation.
We will do that way we'll do it that way if you wish, but it's not the right way round. No, it's not. But
Chairman, I don't know if it would help if we want to bring Alpha in.
No, let's just go on.
My understanding is that we would have to vote on Councillor Cleary's motion, which has been seconded, and then consider the
vote on Councillor Cleary's motion, which is refuse both parts.
Councillor Andrews?
Against.
Councillor Bailey? Oh, sorry, it's gone. Councillor Braxton?
Against.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Graham?
For.
Councillor Mason?
Against.
Councillor Potter?
Against.
Councillor Thackeray?
Against.
Councillor Windress?
Against.
That's 6 votes against the motion.
We will now vote on Councillor Potter's motion. I think we've had enough debate.
No.
Very well, very quickly, please.
Thank you, Chair. Right. I actually find this one quite difficult because I want to support what appears to be a very good business. However, looking at the 08 the approval, which did condition outdoor seating, so moving down onto the green seems to me to have been in contravention of that those conditions. And looking at the fact that we have this condition 2 recommended in this case, which seems to me quite reasonable given the width of that road or access road, whatever you want to call it. It does seem quite reasonable to be sitting outside a cafe. In fact, more than reasonable, it's quite sensible. I mean, outdoor seating and hot food off premises all seem perfectly reasonable to me to be sitting outside, providing it can be done without impeding others, and whether it's on their property or not, they've obviously got permission to do so from the owners, which I presume are Castle Howard Estate. However, there does seem to be very comprehensive justification for not extending onto the roadside verge or the village green or whatever we want to call it. And it's been provided by a whole range of people, whether it's highways, AONB, parish council and so on, building conservation officer. And I actually find the justification for not having the seating on the green to be quite reasonable, even though it would be quite nice to support it. But I don't think people should have the right just to move on to the village green if they particularly want to, because anybody could suddenly start putting their picnic benches on the village green if that was the case. So I am quite happy to support the officer recommendation of this split decision of approving the benches outside the property, outside the cafe, the hot food, but not, or to refuse the benches on the green. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo much of what my friend Councillor Potter says, until he gets to the idea of sitting outside. Yes, of course, it's perfectly natural that people should want to sit outside, but not on a highway. You know, this is not some enclosed yard outside or even a backyard, in this case, the possible backyard or enclosed yard. Or, you know, if you look across the road, there are picnic tables outside the pub, but that's in the old yard between the pub and the pavement. We're actually on the highway. I can see I'm going to lose this, and I would really like a little more input from highways as to how, it's all right saying if it's, you know, a 3-foot or 4-foot picnic benches, I think Councillor Thackeray might have said, but I really think there needs to be a little more guidance from highways on this. Simply saying that the the size of these, the size and number of these things can be conditioned. I think, given that the reason for the condition 2 is the interest of road safety, I think there ought to be an element of input from North Yorkshire Highways, whether it be in terms of signage or whatever. You know, I think it's not. I'd love to see this business continue to thrive, but I have concerns about putting picnic tables on highways. So,
Councillor Mason and Councillor Mason.
I thought you were going to say something. Two things really. I would have thought with condition 2 that maybe we would be asking highways their opinion anyway to get a proper good opinion on this. And secondly, my advice would be you wouldn't be able to put them on the green anyway because of public liability. You have responsibility of your street furniture with public liability. So if it's attached to the building and around the curtilage, I don't see a problem. But on the green, no.
My view is that the service road isn't a publicly adopted road. It's not of pavement because you can actually drive on it, but it's almost a pavement. And I've seen, and we're talking about tables right on the very edge of it. So I can't see a problem with it. So I will be voting to support it. Well, we've gone beyond questions, Councillor Potter, and I think we ought to finish the debate. Well, this is the last time I'm allowing anybody to speak on this application. We're going straight to the vote after you've spoken, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I was under the impression from reading the report, and I can't find it flicking through now, that this wasn't a public highway as in North Yorkshire Highways. I thought this was part of the property of the estate. Could the officer just clarify that for us, please?
It's not a public highway, but it is a highway in terms of the definition of a highway, but it is owned by Castle Howard Estate.
Not.
Can we go to the vote, please? No.
Point of clarification that if we are to go to this vote, whether highways will be invited to advise purely for safety purposes.
Yeah, it would be possible to amend condition 2 to require the submission of a scheme to cover safety measures as proposed and as approved by the Highways Officer, possibly within 14 days of the date of permission, given the seats are already in place. But the Highways Officers didn't have an objection to that aspect of the development, of the application, subject to the seating being tight to the building. So that's what condition 2 seeks to do.
It's now 9:15. Can we have the vote, please?
Sorry, has it been Councillor Potter's proposed the office recommendation? Has it been seconded? Did you second it? Sorry, thank you.
Yes, it was seconded.
I was just checking.
Can we go for the vote, please?
Councillor Andrews?
For.
Councillor Braxton?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
Against.
Councillor Graham?
Against.
Councillor Mason?
For.
Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Thackeray?
For.
Councillor Windress?
For.
That's 6 votes for.
And that is with the point made by Councillor Cleary about highways. Agenda item 13. It's the same property, and it's a variation of condition relating to hours. So the hours, instead of being so the hours of opening should be from 8 o'clock till 18 o'clock on Monday to Saturday, and 8 o'clock till 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Sundays. Do you wish to speak, Alan?
Yes, just briefly, Chair. We don't have a split decision on this one. It's just a recommendation for approval. The application seeks the additional hour Monday to Saturday to allow opening till 6 p.m. and also for bank holiday opening to match Sunday opening hours. And we have not had any objections from the Environmental Health Officer, who is satisfied that the hours do not extend into unsociable hours. And we haven't had any other objections from any consultees. We have had some responses from local residents, both for and against the application. So yes, we're satisfied with this, subject to the 6 conditions as listed at the end of the report.
Are there any questions? We'll go straight into debate then. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm very happy to support this. As the report makes plain, there are very few objections, and most of the objectors to the previous application are wholehearted in favour of this this operation succeeding. As a want of repeating, some of the trouble that's caused is because of their success and their hard work, and they should be congratulated on this. I therefore move approval. I would, however, like to put a condition in, although it's outside the operating hours. There are, I would like to see them some condition to prevent delivery of goods and whatever to the applicant site outside possibly a little earlier, but I gather that there are some very early deliveries which are wholly unacceptable, and I would like some condition to prevent that. I'm quite happy to see, all other things being equal, outside the operating hours, but I would like to condition delivery hours if that's possible.
Yes, it would be possible. I would suggest it would probably be a standalone condition separate from the opening hours, which is condition 2.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So what hours are you talking about?
Be advised on that, but I think 4 o'clock in the morning is too early.
Councillors Mason?
I'd like to second that, actually, because I think, I think it's happening in quite a lot of villages across Ryedale, that deliveries and truck movements and things are happening at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and disturbing quite a lot of residents.
Anybody else wish to speak? Can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Andrews?
For.
Councillor Braxton?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Graham?
For.
Councillor Mason?
For.
Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Thackeray?
For.
Councillor Windress?
For.
That's 8 votes for.
That's passed then. Going on to agenda item 14.
Sorry, Chairman, can I just, I hate to go back, but can I just check for the purposes of the minute, the last item?
Yes.
Councillor Potter proposed the officer recommendation. It was seconded by Councillor Mason. And you took the vote. And then you added at the end, that included the condition, amendments to the condition. Is that what members voted for?
Well, I understood that although it wasn't in Councillor Potter's actual proposal, that as the discussion progressed, that was what actually members wanted. If members didn't want that, then let them say so. But that was my understanding of the way the debate, the way the tenor of the debate progressed.
I'm quite prepared to accept that condition 2 be discussed with highways.
So no, it wasn't in Councillor Potter's original wording, but it's just that if you like, I made a chairman's interpretation of what members wanted. Okay, can we go on to agenda item 14, please? Ampleforth Parish Council, erection of a 4-number bedroom replacement dwelling and detached garage or garden store with associated parking and landscaping following demolition of existing dwelling at Beckside Cottage, Fort Lane, Ampleforth. And that's Ellie Thompson, but it's you, I think, Jill, isn't it?
It is, yes, it's me again, Chairman. Yes, this is an application for a replacement dwelling in the area of outstanding natural beauty, just to the south of Ampleforth Village. The proposal is for a contemporary designed house built to passive house standards, and with landscaping proposals to restore and enhance the site. It's predominantly a single storey, very linear building with a central 2-storey section. Members are aware that replacement dwellings in the countryside are in principle compliant with policies in the development plan, and you'll be aware from the report that there is already an extant permission at the site for a replacement dwelling. The main issues that arise as a result of this application, I think, relate to design and the location of the site within the Howardian Hills AONB. There is an objection from a member of the public, and the issues that are raised are detailed, or rather summarised in the report, but largely focused around the contemporary design approach and the visibility and visual impact of the resulting proposed development. The AONB manager has not specifically objected to the scheme, but has raised a number of concerns. I just do need to clarify a point on page 195 of the report, where it's stated that the AONB manager has confirmed she has no objection to the proposal, and it goes on. I need to clarify that. The AONB manager has confirmed that she does not wish to object to the scheme, but does raise several concerns, again, which are summarised in the report. Specifically, I think the concerns relate to the visibility of the 2-storey section of the dwelling and the materials. She also suggests a number of conditions which the report engages in. Chairman, there are illustrative artists' impressions included within the design and access statement. They're appended to the report, but I think at this point, if we could just go through some of the photos, just so that members can familiarise themselves with the site. So this this aerial satellite image is just to try and give you some sort of understanding of where the site is located in relation to Ampleforth. So Ampleforth is at the top of the screenshot, and the little red dot is the application site situated on the route of the old railway line. So it's to the south of Ampleforth. Effectively, if you followed Station Road, if any of you are aware of that, Station Road out of Ampleforth towards Yearsley Bank and the Wood, you pass the entrance to the site. Can I just have the next slide, please? Thanks. And that's just a photograph taken from that road out of Ampleforth towards Yearsley Bank, and the entrance to the site is just to the right of the picture there. And the next slide, please. And that's just looking from the road into the entrance to the site. So there's probably about a 3-4 minute walk from where that car is parked up to the main body of the site. And the next slide, please. That's just part of the route towards the application site proper. You can just see right at the end of the route the existing building or the existing dwelling on the site. The next picture, please. This is just taken as you enter the main part of the site, looking across at the existing dwelling, the former sort of railway cottage, looking in a westerly direction. I haven't been familiar with the site in terms of its longer term history, but I understand that there's been quite a lot of clearance of undergrowth and some tree clearance that was undertaken not by the current applicant, by the previous owner of the site. So at the minute it's looking quite open and actually quite degraded, I think, in terms of some of the rubble that's lying around on the site. Have a look at the next slide, please. It's just a close-up of the existing building on the site, which is empty and effectively derelict. Look at the next picture, please. That's just taken from the western side of the site, looking back across in an easterly direction. You appreciate from that shot, I think, the way in which the land rises to the north, and you get an impression certainly from that shot of the line of effectively the old track bed and railway. Next shot, please. Thank you. And that's just another shot taken from the eastern side of the site, looking back across to the property that exists at the minute. Next shot, please. And that's just from the taken from the effectively the entrance into the site, looking in a southerly direction. So there are public rights of way that are to the south of the site, where you do get views across, and a road called, and I think I'm pronouncing it properly, Coley Broach Road, which runs to the south of the site. There's some further photographs taken from those vantage points, looking back across at the site. Move on to the next slide. So it's just another one looking out across to the south of the site, the landscape across to the south of the site, and the next slide is just from a similar vantage point, looking to the south. The next slide, please. So this is one shot that's taken looking from that road to the south of the property. You just see it through the gap in the hedge in the distance. So that's taken from the Coley Broach Road, looking northwards towards the application site. And certainly from that vantage point, there is quite a lot of intervening landscape. That's also quite a high point in that road. You can see the way marker there for the public rights of way which cross the field. So again, looking back to the north, you would see views of the application site. Just move on to the next slide. That's just another view across from effectively the eastern side of that Coley Broach Road, looking across towards the site. And have a next slide, please. And again, just another site, another image just taken from further to the west of the previous image, looking across, and you can just see the existing building in the landscape. Can you turn to the next slide, please? This is from a point further to the west of Coley Broach Road, where the land level dips down. So it's closer to, it's not only is it closer to the application site, but it's more on a eye level with it. And I think this is probably, certainly in terms of the landscape and visual impact assessment, it's this sort of vantage point where you do get the clearest views into the site. And I'd just try and describe the proposal in relation to what you see there. So the existing property you can see there, the proposed development will not be sat quite so far forward in the site. It's actually located. It would be located slightly to the right of the existing dwelling, and set further back into the north of the site, so it's sitting effectively just below the rising land. It is a property which is the proposed development is probably, in terms of its length, almost double the length of the existing dwelling on the site. But as I said, it is set further back into the site. It's also not two-storey in its entire length. There's only one section of the building which would be two-storey and not any higher than the existing dwelling that you can see on the site there. I think there may be one more picture and then... No, sorry, that's it. Chairman, there are a number of aspects of the design approach which I think we believe help to reflect the site's context and help to root the proposed building into the site and the landscape, and in effect reduce its physical presence. So the linear profile of the design, its orientation reflects the linear shape of the site. I think its position on the site reflects the existing landform, and certainly the scale, mass, form and proportions of the building very low in profile and a design not to be a particularly sort of dominant mass in the landscape. The materials proposed, so the glazing, light brick and stone, together with I think minimal architectural styling, I think we use the term in the report, provide quite a light touch to this building in the landscape. As I say, it's not a particularly heavy or dominant mass. I think together with that, the landscaping proposals, which aren't designed to screen the building in its entirety, but the landscaping strategy is something which I think the applicants have taken quite seriously and have really sort of worked on to help connect that building and the site within the landscape, and certainly try to help root the building in the landscape. So I think in officers' view, the design approach is sensitive to the character and the context of the site and its surroundings, and it does comply with our design policies. I think in terms of the impact on the OMB, I think it's very important to appreciate that this is already an existing built site in the nationally protected landscape. It's a previously developed site. It's got a building on it, and there are elements of the site in its current state that make it, I think, quite a degraded site. The building is dilapidated and empty, and you've seen from the images that there's been quite a bit of clearance and there's a lot of rubble around on the site. I think it is a site because it has a building on it. It's effectively reflective of the character of the OMB, in that the character of the OMB is made up of buildings in isolated positions outside of villages, and that's it doesn't change that. Clearly, some of the objections have raised some concerns about the contemporary sort of design aesthetic. I would add that there's no national or local policy that says contemporary architecture can't be accommodated in a nationally protected landscape. It's often a question of taste. But actually, well-designed buildings, certainly in officers' views, officers' view is that a well-designed building can enrich a landscape and an individual's experience of it. So I think for the reasons outlined, we do think it is a very well-designed, high-quality building, which is designed to connect with the landscape and not compete with it. And again, as I've said, the comprehensive landscaping proposals, I think we're of the view that will help restore the appearance of the site and the landscape. So in conclusion, the officer's view is that the proposal will enhance the appearance of the site and the landscape, and that it's not, as the whole package is effectively not harmful to the natural beauty of the protected landscape. The key test in relation to protected landscapes is the development conserves and enhances the natural beauty of the landscape. Just by way of update, the applicant has provided an updated ecological appraisal that includes outline method statement details, which are to the satisfaction of the ecologist. That's been confirmed. And following detailed discussions with the tree and landscape officer, the tree and landscape officers confirmed that a standard landscaping condition is acceptable in this instance, and that is included in the late pages. So, Chairman, the recommendation is for approval, subject to the conditions outlined in the report and those included in the late pages. Thank you.
We have a speaker, Mr. William Weston. Are you there, Mr. Weston?
I am indeed, Chairman. Thank you very much indeed.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee indeed. Our first goal in building this house is to enable us to move to be close to our family and at the same time to continue to live in and contribute to the life in North Yorkshire. Until recently, we lived for many years in the Dales, both in Wensleydale and near Barnard Castle. I was involved there in rural development and instigated a landscape partnership project in Teesdale. I was also climate change champion on the Dales National Park Authority and a member of their planning committee. In my professional life, I worked with parks, landscape and building projects with various organisations, including the Forestry Commission and arts organisations, both in Yorkshire and nationally. I mention this to indicate the interest my wife and I have in landscape, sustainability and good design. The Dales Planning Committee never had a single application for a contemporary house based on truly outstanding modern design. So part of my motivation was to commission an architect to design a new building which would be both excellent in design, but would also fit in well with the landscape, adding value to it. Mawson Kerr, our architects, have an impressive track record of creating award-winning buildings and of designing to passive house standards in the North East. We feel the site offers the opportunity to improve a derelict rural setting. The large house for which planning permission has already been given is totally inappropriate for us. It proposes a very large, substantial building with 4 garages and a separate tractor shed we do not need. The site is currently in a derelict state with a great deal of scarring from previous works. We will restore the landscape, planting a significant number of native trees and shrubs, improving and renewing the pond and mirroring the grassland on the other side of the beck, incorporating wildflower mix with the grass. We want to create an outstanding contemporary house that is an exemplar, both in terms of design and sustainability, building on our past experience of converting an old watermill with microhydro, heat pump and solar water. We are committed to best practice in energy conservation. We aim for net zero energy use overall, in fact. We believe Mawson Kerr's contemporary design is of real quality. This is due to the design skill and to the simplicity of the design. The design is contextually sympathetic, both in massing and materials used, and it fits neatly where the railway originally ran along a cut into the hillside, thereby reducing the visual impact. The impact, therefore, is considerably less than the previous large design, which was granted permission, or indeed the existing 2-storey cottages, which are further forward on the site. We've been flexible and worked with the planning officer and the consultees and agreed to an amended landscape scheme that also further enhances the screening to the south of the site. We hope very much you'll grant us planning permission, as we want to be positive contributors to the local area. We'll be planting many native trees and shrubs, but need to allow for an amount of planting for new climate conditions and to be able to reflect the planting next door on our neighbours' land. We look forward to working with as many local people as possible in delivering a rewarding and interesting project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do members have any questions? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Based on the photographs looking across from Collybroach Road, where you can see the existing property quite clearly, and the fact that there's been a lot of clearance, or should we say devastation of the trees, can you give us a sort of indication of what impact the planting will have on the building from that viewpoint, please?
Well, the landscaping proposals are the schematic landscaping proposals are on page 219 of the agenda. They're not designed to screen the building completely, and actually, I think in some respects, I feel that we would fail if they did. I think it's wrong that the buildings are screened in their entirety. The landscaping proposals include a particular emphasis on the landscaping on either side, west and east of the site, but also to the front, the southern elevation, from that Collybroach Road looking across, includes the retention of existing trees, additional shrub planting and some additional tree planting that, again, as I said, won't screen it in its entirety, but will diffuse views into it. So it will soften the appearance of the building in the landscape. Certainly will not be as exposed as the photos that we can see now, with so much clearance that's happened on the site. Yeah.
Any other questions? Councillor Thackeray.
Well, I think it's fantastic, but the question would be, would it not also fit into paragraph 80 of the National Planning Policy Framework, do you think?
I think it would. I mean, there are specific tests around new dwellings in the to justify new dwellings in the open countryside, that they have to be truly outstanding and they have to enhance their setting. That's not a test that we need to apply in this instance because it's an existing previously developed site. But I think my view is, yes, it is it's a very good, if not outstanding design, and it certainly enhances the immediate setting.
Well, it's certainly of the spirit of paragraph 80, if not.
Is.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Right. Whose area is this in?
It's Councillor Bailey's.
Who wishes to take it to start first? Councillor Thackeray.
Well, I'm close. I'm Oswaldkirk, which is not far away. I mean, obviously within the vicinity of this, and not that. I don't know how far the crow flies. We've approved two what you might call contemporary styled houses within the last couple of years. One of which I know is under construction, I think, or it's underway. This I made reference to paragraph 80 because I think it has some wording in it that really ought to apply across the board. And it says the design of this is of exceptional quality and that it is truly outstanding, reflecting the highest standards in architecture. And this is the bit that I personally like and would help to raise standards of design more generally in rural areas. And I think, you know, as planning committee members, we have a lot to learn from these adventurous and excellent steps forward, I think, into what will be the exceptional designs of the future, personally. Wasn't much of a question, was it, really?
So you're proposing it?
I would propose approval, yeah.
So, Councillor Cleary.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I'll second this. Just with a comment that I look at old trackbed, and if you look at page 219 as we were, you'll see the siting compared to the existing, and it's slap bang on the old trackbed. And I cross old trackbeds, and occasionally I look at them wistfully and wonder, when will we ever see railways back? This would, of course, prevent that or hamper it somewhat. I make a comment that that some of these railways hopefully will come back. Probably not this one, but I make it in passing. I think rather than the paragraph 80 developments, I think this is more comparable to the development we passed some years ago at Ravenswick, which is replacing an existing building with something even more splendid. And I echo Councillor Thackeray's thoughts on this, and I'm very happy to second.
Councillor Mason.
You got there first, Michael. This one, I think this application is brilliant, and the standards achieved. I think this should be included in all possible new developments in this council. To be honest, you know, proposals to generate at least the same amount of renewable energy on plot should be included in every single new development in Ryedale.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yep, I echo what Councillor Mason said there, and it comes as no surprise as the climate change champion for the council. And I've no doubt that Mr Weston will live up to his word on this one. because I very much approve of the passive house standards, energy efficiency, renewables and all the rest of it. But I have to say, while I'm in favour of contemporary and modern design generally, I can't help but agree with the comment about this one being brutalist. But that's purely subjective, and this is a remote location. It's going to be well enough screened or at least softened, so I can certainly support it. Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else wish to speak? Well, in that case, I will give my totally dissenting opinion. I look at page 247, and yes, it's a very nice designed building. It would fit perfectly on the Mediterranean coast. It's totally inappropriate and out of character with the ample fourth area. Let me finish speaking. This is the third one of these that we've approved in the last couple of years. And what we've done virtually is we've created a precedent where we now look favourably on all of these. Well, that's fair enough. But if you're talking about, will you please? I will call you to order, Councillor Mason. I have a right to speak and express my opinion just as much as you do. Well, when it comes to those previous applications and previous permissions, all in the same area, if we're not careful, we're going to get into a situation where you totally change the character of that part of the valley. If we totally change the character of that part of the valley, that could well affect the way that area looks, and that could well have an adverse impact, not just on residential amenities or the people round about, but it could have an adverse impact on that part of the countryside as a tourist area. The AOB manager, I think, was probably influenced by the fact there was another building that had previously been permitted there. She says, notwithstanding this, the AOB manager has reiterated and maintained concerns relating to the design and impact of the development, and suggests that the design would still benefit from some changes to fit well within, conserve and enhance the AONB, so she's not convinced that it does that. This includes the removal of the first floor section and an increased use of stone instead of brick. She also recommended the following conditions should planning permission be granted. So the AONB's view, I think, is not very much in favour of this proposal, and quite honestly, I don't like it. I'm going to disagree with all of you. I shall vote against it. Thank you.
I fully endorse your right to speak and give your opinion, but I think you've accused us of confusing things, of confusing paragraphs, of confusing policies, of confusing paragraphs of the National Planning Policy Framework. We've taken this application in isolation and taken a view accepting the officer's recommendation. You, as I say, you're accusing us of confusing this application with 3 or 4 others in the local vicinity. I thank you for allowing me to make that point.
All I can say, Councillor Cleary, that if I did any of those things, it was not out of any inherent disrespect to any member of this committee. Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, I would just like to say that it was slightly obviously going to disagree with your opinion there on the architectural merits of places of this kind. Several years before I became an elected member of Ryedale District Council, I put quite a lot of thought, to be honest, into the possibility and the location for the siting of a new Ryedale village, which could incorporate all the elements of use the simple term eco-friendliness of these developments, contemporary design, colour, and if you like, cultural shift based upon the island of Iberg in Amsterdam. Remarkably, I sent it to, I think, all the members at the time, and I think I might have even bombarded them with it more than once. I'm pleased to know to note that several members of council reacted extremely positively to that suggestion. It's just a pity, and I understand the time constraints, that we're not allowed to, or we're not able to examine that concept and idea in the revision of the Ryedale local plan, which we could be sending to North Yorkshire Council, but that's the way it is. Anyway, thank you. Have we taken a vote on this yet?
Can we take the vote, please?
Yes, please.
So it's proposed by Councillor Thackeray, seconded by Councillor Cleary. Councillor Andrews?
Against.
Councillor Braxton?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Graham?
For.
Councillor Mason?
For.
Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Thackeray?
For.
Councillor Windress?
For.
That's 7 votes for.
I'd love to get a progress report at some point as well when it's built. Really would. Really interested.
Now, are we on to item number 15, which is 220067 house, erection of a single-storey rear extension to existing garage at 1 Thornton Heights, Thornton the Dale, Pickering. Have I missed one?
This is the next item.
Is that you or Eleanor?
It's Ellie Hardy.
Yeah.
Members, this is an application for a single-storey extension to the rear of an existing detached garage to form a bike store. The application has been brought to Planning Committee for determination following receipt of an objection from the neighbouring property to the north.
A 5 minutes toilet break. Is the live streaming back on again? Yes, that's good. Right. Item number 5, which is the which I did announce, and it's the erection of a single-story rear extension to the existing garage at 1 Thornton Heights, Thorntondale, Pickering. Can I have the officer's report, please, Ali?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Members, this is an application for a single-storey extension to the rear of an existing detached garage to form a bike store. The application has been brought to Planning Committee for determination following receipt of an objection from the neighbouring property to the north. These comments are detailed and considered in full within the officer report, but in summary, the concerns from the objector relate to loss of light to their ground floor side hall window. The report discusses this further, and it is considered that the neighbouring property has already experienced some reduction in light to the window as a result of the existing garage, the height and nature of the boundary hedge, and the mountain ash tree. Whilst the extension may result in some further reduction in light, it is not considered that it would be materially or significantly greater. I'll just go to This is an aerial view of the site in relation to Thorntondale, with the application site outlined in red. The solid yellow line running north to south indicates the boundary of the North York National Park. This is another aerial view of the site with the application site outlined in red. The objectors live at Grangeview, the property to the north. The yellow outline indicates the location of the existing garage. This photo shows the front of the property and the existing garage, with the neighbouring property in the background. And this photo shows the existing garage in relation to the neighbouring property. This photo is taken from within the garden of the application site, showing the existing garage and the relationship with the boundary to the north. The tree in front of the garage window would be removed, with 2 replacement trees planted elsewhere in the site. This photo shows the garage in relation to the window in question, and you should just be able to see the stone lintel, which is just to the right of the garage. This photo is taken within the neighbouring property and shows the relationship of the property with the boundary hedge. And this is another photo taken within the neighbouring property, which shows the window in question in relation to the boundary hedge again. There are no updates to the officer report. The recommendation is one of approval, subject to the 4 conditions as listed on page 279 of the agenda. Thank you.
I don't think there is a speaker on this one, so we'll go straight to questions. Does anybody have any questions? In that case, we'll go straight into debate. I wonder who is the member who's nearest to Thorntondale? Councillor Potter, then.
I will propose acceptance of the officer's recommendation and nothing further. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mason. Can we go to the vote? Oh, sorry, does anybody wish to speak before we go to the vote? Can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Braxton. Oh. Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Windress.
For.
7 votes for. It's approved.
That's approved. We now go on to the final item, which is erection of a new entrance porch at 1 Russet Road, Malton. The application number is 2200099 Bleak House. Can I have the officer's report, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, this is a very minor application for a new front porch to a dwelling. It's before the committee because one of the applicants is a district council member. It's understood that the applicants are in the process of updating and renovating the property, and that includes replacing all of the windows in the dwelling. The proposed porch will replace an existing portico-style porch with a more modern contemporary pitched roof porch. It has feature glazing and vertical cladding. So it's very much a modern contemporary style, which is designed to sort of better reflect what the new replacement windows will look like. If we just, I think there are just a couple of slides. That's the location site, just off Castle Howard Road in Malton. It's a part of that residential area. Next slide. It's just an image of the existing property, its existing appearance, and that's the sort of portico porch that the proposed porch will replace. I think there might be one more. That's just a taken from the street, looking back across at the house. Chairman, officer of the view that the proposed porch is proportionate to the main dwelling. It forms part of a scheme to renovate what is in effect a relatively modern property. The proposal doesn't result in harm in design terms to the host dwelling or the surrounding residential area. So approval is recommended, subject to the conditions outlined in the report.
Any questions? Councillor Cleary.
Quickly, Mr. Chairman, as is always the case in this instance, can I have confirmation that the sole reason it is before committee is because the applicant is a councillor?
That's correct, Councillor Cleary.
As there are no more questions, shall we go to debate? As I am the ward member, I will simply propose it. Seconded. Councillor Cleary seconds it. Anybody wish to speak? Any more?
Just to say, I think it's a much more improved design with the porch on.
We'll talk about that after the hearing. Can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Windress.
For.
7 votes for, that's approved.
Next item is to look at the applications determined by Development Control Manager. Does anybody have any comments to make on any of those?
Chairman, I think there is. Chairman, I think there is, yes, item agenda 18, which is the future timetable of meetings, which is it's on the agenda really for members' information, and whether there's any comments that you would like me to feed back to Democratic Services and I think Policy and Resources.
Just a minor point, Jill. It did, when I was popping these in my diary, I noted that in September we've got planning on the Tuesday, scrutiny on the Wednesday, and policy and resources on the Thursday, which seems like rather a packed schedule. So I trust the building and the officers can cope with 3 consecutive days. All right.
I'll feed the comment back.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any more comments? Right, we'll now then look at the schedule of decisions made by the officers. Does anybody have any comments of those? Councillor Potter?
Oh, sorry. No, I'm moving on to the appeal decisions.
So we'll now move on to the appeal decision.
Right.
What do you want to make? What point do you want to make, Councillor
It's
Potter?
just on the appeal decision about the storage container put there. And yeah, I quite often look at planning officers' decisions, not planning officers, planning inspectors' decisions, and think, where do they come from with that? So you can stick a container into a domestic situation and put a bit of cladding around it, and suddenly it becomes all right. But that's just my opinion. Thank you, Chair.
Was this a committee decision or an officer's decision that it was appealed against?
I don't know. I think it might have been a committee decision. Yes.
At the end of the day, a lot of these decisions are a matter of opinion, which they could go both ways, couldn't they? So.
Would that become planning law through a decision of that?
No.
You know, it's every application on their own merits, so it doesn't become law. Doesn't even really become a precedent. It's every application on its merits. It's just how this particular inspector has looked at this particular site and proposal.
In the past, not planning terms, but in terms of rating, I've appealed yards where there are containers and said it's not a building, it's a piece of plant. Yeah. That's without building regs, planning and all sorts. And I think this is slightly different, but quite correct that this container is not a building, it's a piece of plant.
Yeah, and there's all sorts of case law around permanence and the fact that, you know, if something is there to be sited permanently, it's not necessarily mobile. So there's a lot of case law around building structure, permanence. Can you move it or not?
Mobile homes, if you look under the stairs, the wheels are still there, even though it's unlikely they'll ever roll it. I've seen bigger sheds in containers nowadays.
I mean, the thing is, if it's not classed as a building, it can also be classed as a change of use of land. But I think, Simon, to come back to your question, if it, when it comes to planning appeals, advocates and planning consultants frequently do refer to similar decisions in the same area or even in other areas, and it can have some persuasive force, but it's certainly not law. Thank you very much, everybody.